Hi, I'm Karlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump rally and then left the party. I became the conservative darling, was on all the shows, traveled around the country, and then realized that conservatives were no better than Democrats. If there's one thing that I've learned, it's that both political tribes are two sides of the same coin. But it wasn't all bad. On my journey, I became obsessed with understanding the woke ideology and the culture war. I broke the story of the city of Seattle doing segregated training with its employees.
How bad has this stuff become? The city of Seattle has now put out, I'm not kidding you, this is according to Dr. Karlin Borisenko, who's an organizational psychologist. The city of Seattle asked its white employees to voluntarily spend a day off in a training about their internalized racial superiority.
I broke the story that led to the first ever federal lawsuit against critical race theory in the schools. I broke the Coke Be Less White story, one of the biggest anti-woke stories of all time. It got over 30 million views. Coca-Cola's corporate headquarters even had to change their outgoing voicemail.
Throughout the past few days, you may have seen inaccurate reporting on the content of our recently launched diversity, equity, and inclusion training program.
I exposed the schools in Burlington, Vermont for grooming middle school children live on the internet. They called me an unwoke cult leader for that. And the Vermont Human Rights Commission slandered me publicly as being a hate channel. I even got called a hero in Breitbart for exposing that the Washington Post was writing a hit piece on Christopher Rufo. I have broken story after story after story about what's going on in the public schools, from Cambridge, Massachusetts, to autistic sex education, to the Department of Education in Michigan, literally training teachers all over the state how to groom children. I wrote a book called Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity in your life. I host a podcast all about fighting back, and I'm downloading all of my knowledge to you on my Substack, karlin.substack.com. The world is a crazy place. We are literally surrounded by cults on all sides. On this show, we're going to do a deep dive into all aspects of the culture war, and I will show you the dark, dystopian underbellies on both sides. Here are the commitments I'll make to you. I will always tell you the truth. I will always bring you receipts. And if you stick with me, I promise you will see the world differently. Welcome to the cult. Please mount that like button for me and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Well, hello, everyone. Happy 4th of July. Happy fuck off England day. Oh my God, I already got demonetized. We're like 3 minutes into the stream, and that's just the way it goes. But guys, we're going to do a little bit of a chill stream today. I know I don't look like we're doing a chill stream today, but I thought I'd be sassy with the makeup, whatever. But we're going to do a little bit of a chill stream today because honestly, it's the 4th of July. I hope that many of you are at a barbecue. I am working, of course, because I have no life outside of work. And also I'm still, I think, recovering from the week off I took at Pork Fest. And so there's still so much I'm doing with that. So I'm sitting my ass inside and getting some stuff done. And it's always a nice quiet day for that. But we're going to be doing something today that honestly, this stream's probably going to be a long stream. Everyone should go. If you're not at a barbecue, everyone should go and grab a beer. I was gonna drink on the stream today, and then I went downstairs to like inventory the beer, and I found out my husband drank all of it. Except for one. I have one orange vanilla seltzer, hard seltzer, and it's really, really good. These things taste like orange cream sodas. They're so good. But Victor is going to be procuring me more beer in T-minus 25 minutes. And so we'll just have to make do until then. But I definitely recommend everyone go get a drink, go get a snack, because this could be a really long stream because we are going to be watching, well, at least one thing, maybe more than one thing. We're going to have to see how it goes. So a bunch of people told me about this episode of like whatever Tim Pool's like culture war show is, which I didn't even know Tim Pool was doing a culture war show, if I'm honest about it. It kind of seems like Tim Pool just like interviewing people. Like, I don't really understand how it's different than his other show, but like, okay, whatever, maybe we'll find out today. And apparently Emma from Sam Cedar was on this show. So I hope Autumn is here today because I'm sure Autumn is going to be on Emma's side. And I guess they got into some fight or something, and Actual Justice Warrior is on there. I don't feel either way about Actual Justice Warrior, to be honest. I don't really care about him either way. But I heard through the grapevine that that there was some sort of like fight between Tim and Emma. And of course, yeah, so Becca's like, it's literally the same show with a different chair. I thought so. I thought because we can't get creative at all. We can't do anything new. We just have to, excuse me, repackage over and over and over and over and over and over and over again and call it something new. You know, it is what it is. Sam says, no beer, but I got some other plant-based intoxicants. Oh, well, Sam, we never do that. We never engage in that sort of shenanigans on this channel, Sam. I don't know. Don't start any rumors or anything. All right. So this is like a 2.5 hour stream or something like that. And I want to watch and I want to see what happened. I don't really know anything about this other than people told me I should watch it just because like I watched Sam Cedar a couple weeks ago and like all this stuff. Fish Addict said, Emma accused Tim of appealing to neo-Nazis. Oh, good. Implying guilt by association. I mean, well, Timmy does like to pander, doesn't he? Now, I don't believe in guilt by association bullshit at all, but Tim does like to pander. I'm just saying. Oh good. Robot has watched this live, so you can tell us you can tell me if there's like if there's more interesting things that I haven't seen yet in the stream, because I don't know if I want to make it through the whole 2.5 hours. Anyway, so what I want to do is I want to watch the stream, do my due diligence, find out what happened. I've seen it. They both came off as awful. Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be perfect. Tim comes off as awful and the leftist comes off as awful. Like, this is like my birthday in July, I think. Nick Incognito says, I just watched this. Emma says Tim's content attracts neo-Nazis, and she wanted Tim to debate Sam Cedar. Well, didn't Tim already debate Sam Cedar? Autumn is supposed to be getting me on Sam Cedar. I don't know what to talk about. I don't really want to debate Sam Cedar, but I do want to tell Sam Cedar that I used to really love him and I used to watch him every day when I was on the left and like every day, like religiously. I even have a copy of Sam Cedar's book from back in the day that like no one else bought but me. And like I just want to tell Sam that he's not funny anymore. Honestly, I wish he still was. I liked Sam Cedar back in the day. I really did. Anyway, so we're going to watch this. And then just when I search for this, some other stuff came up, such as Tim Pool makes nutso accusation after Emma embarrassed him on his own show. And so I might want to watch their commentary on that. If that's just a clip, that's one thing, but I kind of want to hear commentary. But then Sam also posted Tim Pool and co-host Ian clash over his bad faith sex ed debate with Emma. So I kind of want to watch some response videos after this if we still feel like going. We'll see. We'll see. Trendlin, I hope you're doing well. Tim won't debate Sam since Sam had such a terrible rep on being a horrible guest. Well, I mean, Sam is bitter now. I don't remember if Sam was that bitter back when I was watching Sam. Let's see. Tim invited Sam back on when COVID first struck. Sam wanted to call in via Zoom or Skype. Tim said no, he had to come to the studio, which Sam didn't want to do. He couldn't leave his kids. I mean, that kind of honestly seems reasonable. Like, Sam lives in New York, doesn't he? And Tim was not in New York at that time. I guess they weren't that far away. They were in New Jersey. So I guess, like, Sam could have, like, it wouldn't have been that hard for Sam to go. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on that. I don't think anyone should be like obligated to go on someone's show if they don't want to go. I don't think anyone should be obligated to travel to go on someone's show if they don't want to go. So I don't know. I might be on Sam's side on that one. Everyone is apparently scared to speak to Sam Cedar, Tim and Crowder. I'll speak to Sam Cedar. I just want to tell him he's not funny anymore. I want Sam Cedar to be better. I used to like him. I'm trying to figure out what was going on in my brain when I was in my early 20s that I loved Sam Cedar, like, religiously, and he's not funny anymore. Anyway, Autumn, when you eventually watch this, I'll talk to Sam. Let him know. All right. Anyway, guys, that's what we're doing on the show today. It's going to be a chill, laid-back stream. Hopefully, by the time I am finished my orange vanilla seltzer, I will have real beer. But in the meantime, got a couple other things. Now, of course, this is a Nitwit stream, so I am going to be doing some crafts on this stream. I'll talk to you about what I'm doing. But I also want to remind everyone, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlin, Karlyn.substack.com. And I did post this article last night about explaining explicitly why Planned Parenthood got in trouble last week for posting basically a sign that said virginity is a social construct. And I wanted to explain, like, what does that even mean? Right? It's kind of like, I mean, we're not talking about, is it, we're not talking about like Bill Clinton, like, I did not have sexual intercourse with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. We're not talking about like, is anal virginity? We're not, that's not the reason. I mean, the jokes really do write themselves, don't they? But that's not the reason that the woke left thinks that virginity is a social construct. And so I wrote this essay, and they've actually been saying that virginity is a social construct for like years and years. I did a whole bunch of research on it. And so I wanted to explain why you saw this pop up. We're probably going to see it pop up again and again and again. Obviously, it has been popping up for years. Did they change the definition of virginity? No, they did not. I think it's more about, well, I guess, like, here's like a too long didn't read. It's more about them attacking essentially they don't want virginity to be like something that is coveted. Because again, if we think about where the woke left is going, and we've seen this week after week after week after week after week on like Socialism Saturday, right? They're going down the path of like Brave New World, which is like everyone belongs to everyone else, which is like you fuck everyone, like a new person on any given. I'm gonna swear a lot today. I can already tell. Like a new person on any given night. You're not supposed to sleep with someone too many times in a row. So what they're kind of attacking is this idea of like, relationships, of long-term relationships, monogamous relationships, things like that. They're attacking this idea of like purity, basically thinking it shouldn't exist. That's what they mean when they say virginity is a social construct. So this is one of those things that you want to kind of file under queer Marxism, because all things go back to queer. And in fact, I found an article that basically said that virginity is a social construct because queer people can't lose their virginity in the same way, which doesn't really make sense to me, but there we go. Anyway, if you want to learn more about that, you can check out the article on the Substack that is live now if you want to check that out. All right, because this is Knitwits, I am going to be doing crafts. And guess what, guys? I'm not even just going to be knitting today. This is going to be a multi-craft day, because I've been doing this thing lately with t-shirts, because I really like cold shoulder t-shirts, because like I can show off my tattoos, but I also just think they look cool, because like that's just like what I like. Anyway, so I've been doing this thing with my old t-shirts, and I found a couple of t-shirts that I actually got a long time ago. I was cleaning out some of my clothes like a couple weeks ago, and I found this t-shirt that I got in Boston that I thought was just really appropriate since it is the 4th of July. It's got a crown with a cross through it, and it says keep calm and start a revolution, and I thought that was so cool. And so I cut up these shoulders on the t-shirt earlier today, and now I'm wearing that, and I think it looks cool. But guess what? I have another t-shirt. And it's I got it at the same time as this t-shirt. I got it at Faneuil Hall in Boston, and it says Boston revolutionary since 1775, and of course Boston being the greatest city in the world. Essentially, I'm going to be doing the same thing to this t-shirt that I did to this t-shirt, and it's super easy. Like, I'm actually really enjoying the cutting up of my old t-shirts to like make them look cool again. Because basically all you have to do is cut off the cuff on the sleeve, cut off the collar, and then you make like 4 or 3 cuts along each side, kind of at even intervals, and then you just like cut the tops and you tie them. It's super easy. You want to be a little bit careful about it, because you want it to be roughly even and stuff like that. You don't want to rush it. But that's what I'm going to be doing today with this shirt. Is I'm going to be taking this t-shirt and making it look like that one, and that's going to be project number 1 on the stream, because why not? But then, of course, this is Knitwits. And so I am going to be knitting once I'm done that project. And I'm working on this kind of simple shawl right now. And it's not like, I don't even know if I like it, to be honest, but it's just kind of like an easy, let me see, what is the front? That's not the front. That's the front. It's like an easy kind of shawl where what I like about this is you can kind of show off these beautiful, beautiful speckles. And every speckle can have like its own kind of section. And so I'm kind of working on this shawl right now. I'll show you what it looks like when it's done. Well, this would be a fuller picture. So you can see simple triangle shawl. It's just modular, and you have different yarns that you can use for each section. And so I'm working on that. I really like this version of it. I think that version is really pretty. Like I didn't have colors like that, but I think that version of it is really pretty. But of course, Stephen West is usually just like a massive clusterfuck of colors. And I just think it looks great. Like, one of the things I love about yarn is these very, like, speckled yarns, but it's always hard to kind of figure out what to do with these yarns, because I think you have to present them in very, very simple patterns, in order to be able to, like, truly appreciate the color and the dye work and all that. And you can't do complicated stuff with this yarn. Like, you can't do cables or any sort of like pattern, because if you do a complex pattern with this type of yarn, you're just not going to be able to see it, because the only thing you're going to be able to see is the yarn, because the yarn is so loud. And so one of the reasons I like this shawl is like it's an opportunity to show off these awesome speckled yarns. Like, this is one of my favorites that I'm working with right now. All of these are hedgehog fibers in like various colors. I don't even know the names of the colorways, but you can find them on their website. But they're all cool. I love hedgehog fibers. Those are my absolute favorite. Just kind of doing a little stash busting yarn. Did I ever finish the one I was making it for Porkfest? I took it apart. I took it apart. Actually, this is the same yarn, because I didn't like the way it was turning out. It was turning out smaller than I thought it would, and I really wanted something like very, very, very kind of like oversized. And so I took it apart and making something else. It's the beauty of knitting. If you don't like the way something is turning out, you take it apart and you make something else with it. Ta-da. All right. Yes, I love Boston. Boston is the greatest city in the world. Joshua went to Emerson. Joshua went to Emerson for undergrad, and he has a master's degree from Emerson too. At the same time that Joshua was at Emerson, I was at Boston University, which is of course first period school. I'm just saying, like, actually kind of sucks now. They all suck now. But I went to school at Boston University when Boston University was still like awesome, and I loved my experience there. I love Boston. I truly think it's the greatest city in the world. Everyone should visit it. It is a great walking city. I love it. I will go there as much as I possibly can. All right. So that's what we're doing on today's stream. We got some crafts. Oh God, they're always trying to come for him. Like, one of the things that I appreciate about Stephen West is Stephen West has always kind of remained above the fray of all this bullshit. And I'll tell you what too. After my stuff went viral on the internet, went like way back in 2020, do you know who contacted me, Gloria? Stephen West's mother. Stephen West's mother sent me a great email. Like, we exchanged emails back and forth a little bit, and she basically said to me, and I don't think I'm, violating her confidence or anything, but she basically said to me, she was like, Steven just wants to knit. He literally just wants to knit. That's all he wants to do. And I totally understand that. And so, I think his business partner is a little woke. And so they do like diversity things at their store, but you know what? It's their store. They're allowed to. And I really do appreciate how I think he has always tried to kind of like stay above the fray. And I love his patterns. They're fun to knit. They're my favorites. Um, all right, guys. Oh, your niece just graduated from BU. Congratulations. Congratulations. Um, I froze to death last time trying to walk in Boston. Well, when did you go to Boston, Sam? You can't, well, I guess you can go to Boston in the winter, but it's just not the same. When I did the Minuteman Trail on July 4th, 2020, everyone was wearing a mask outside in the church. Yeah, well, not all the churches have BLM and pride flags, but some of the big churches do. Like Boston is a little woke, okay, but it's still the greatest city in the world. I don't care what people say. Whatever. All right. Guys, who's ready to get into it? Please make sure you mount that like button for me. We've got our crafts. We've got our beer. I just heard my husband leave to go collect me some more beer at the store. I told him to get Sam Adams Boston Lager because, why not? And let me just set up the sound. I'm excited to see this. It's always fun to watch Tim get in a fight with someone. And if they both look bad, all the better. All right, guys, please mount that like button for me. We are going to be doing a nice long stream reacting to Tim getting in a fight with Emma over God knows what. If you say something funny in the chat, I might display it on the screen. Of course, super chats will always be displayed on the screen. Let's kick back, relax. It's a shocking disparity, guys, between the amount of likes the stream has and the amount of people watching. I'm just saying, I'd like to see a few more likes on the stream. Come on, hit the button. It's not going to kill you. Mounting the like button tells other people to come and join us. So it lets YouTube know to advertise the stream to everyone else. All right, let's get this party started. The Culture War with Tim Pool. Dun dun dun. Is the stream ever going to start?
I'm back. First thing I want to say is thank you to Jack Posobiec and Seamus Coughlin for guest hosting Timcast IRL while I was out. I wasn't not in fact dead. I just lost my voice, and that really sucked. I think on Sunday I was kind of sick, and it sucked, so I just hung out and was playing video games all day. But then Monday I was talking like this, and then I figured I'd be fine by Tuesday, and then come Wednesday morning when I still couldn't talk, we were like, we need to call in the big guns. So we reached out to some people to see if they would guest host for us. And we got some people. We got Jack and Seamus. So thank you all for that. This is the first The Culture War podcast we're doing live, as we're now getting into the purpose for what this show is. When we do shows on Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often have people come in who are either disagree with us on certain issues.
Dang.
And or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we need to make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't.
Wait, Tim has a show where you can go on and fight with him? That's the purpose of this show? Holy shit. I'll go on Tim's show to fight with him. No, I'm just kidding. I will never go on that show. But that actually sounds fun.
And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m. Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further ado, without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice.
Philip's like, no,
issues,
Carlin,
and I'm
no,
happy to be here
don't do it.
for your maiden live voyage of the Culture War.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of the Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah, and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that.
Hang on. Tim Pool is far more of a grifter than Sam Cedar. I don't feel like I'm defending Sam Cedar when I say this, but again, I've been watching Sam Cedar a really effing, well, I haven't, okay. I started watching Sam Cedar 20 fucking years ago. So don't tell me that someone who has been basically saying and doing the same thing for 20 years and has been incredibly consistent in his views, whether or not you agree with his views are another thing entirely. But I'm sorry, Sam Cedar's not a grifter. Sam Cedar might be unfunny. Sam Cedar might be a raging progressive. He might not be a person I would choose to go have a beer with or anything, but that doesn't mean he's a grifter. Tim has actually gone around bragging about how much money he makes. That is a grifter, guys. I'm sorry.
We put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
It was the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists.
No one knows what that means.
A soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity; it's free.
Well, no. The issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about.
If you don't have proper ingestion, then the audio is going through a TV or something. It's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So
is Tim really pissed off that the audio on his song was not perfect when they played it? Okay, can we just be honest? Okay, just for people who are not familiar with Nitwits, I'm going to be a complete and total bitch on this stream, and that's just the way it goes. And if you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Tim's music is not good. I'm sorry. I'm like the type of person that I should like the music Tim is putting out because it's kind of around the genres that I like. Tim's music is not good, and I don't care what filter you put it through. I don't care what you do to it. It's just not good. I mean, like, it's like mediocre at absolute best. And he's really upset that like the song didn't come through perfectly on Sam Cedar's show. Like, too bad, so sad, Tim.
If we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that that's what the song sounds like. When
but I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
Oh, it's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted challenge accepted or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, you know, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out ever in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything. Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe.
Well, no, I published all the DMs. Yeah. Because then what he did was he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him. I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're going to pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon and you guys could actually hash
the issue has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys,
Tim, they're allowed to cover whatever they want. Oh, my beer is down. Victor, you even brought me a glass. Thank you, Victor. See, Victor brought me my special Sam Adams glass. I'm going to explain why this glass is special when I pour the Sam Adams beer, but I'm drinking the seltzer right now. Thank you, Victor. I appreciate it. I have the best husband. This is you marry the man who's going to go buy you the beer, ladies. That's all marry the man who can pick up your dresser that's full of your clothes when he's moving you to a new house and carry it out on his back and use that to get your attention so that you marry him 6 months later. And then 12 years after that, he still goes out and buys you beer after he drinks all your beer the night before. That's my pro tip advice. All right, let's continue.
Guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured, independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I live in a one-bedroom. I mean, how did you
wait? What the fuck? What the fuck? Guys, by the way, the rules of the chat are still engaged. I know I'm probably going to have Tim Pool people in the chat, but the rules of my chat are number 1, don't be a dick. That means you don't insult me. You don't insult other people in the chat. Don't do this shit or I will ban you. I'm not going to have shit posting in my chat. I'm sorry. I'm the only one who's allowed to be a bitch on my channel. That's the way it goes. It's my house. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But number 1, don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. If I tell you to stop doing something, stop doing it. No complaining, no saying, I'm not doing that thing you told me to stop doing, because you are doing the thing I told you to stop doing, and I want you to stop doing it. So rules of the chat are engaged. But did you just see, like, Tim was like, look, I'm rich. Like, no, God, Tim, if you don't go around talking about how much money you have unless you want people to think you're a grifter. Oh, we're control. Yes, guys, this is not Tim Pool's chat. You will not behave like raging lunatics here. And if you whine and announce your departure, you're going to get blocked because I don't want that bullshit here. Have all the fee-fees you want somewhere else. Goodbye.
Rich.
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah. But the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
We get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding.
Tim Pool more adequately serves capitalism. Oh, this is going to be great. We're going to be here all night, guys. I can already say I'm going to have a lot to say about this stream. He more adequately serves... Emma, are you shitting me? No. The reason that Tim gets more ads is because Tim gets more views. That's why Tim gets more ads, because overall he gets more views than you guys, because more people want to watch him than want to watch you and Sam. Now, I don't watch either of you two, and so I don't really care. I don't have a horse in this race, but this is just factual, Emma. You would get more ads if more people wanted to watch your stuff than want to watch Tim's stuff. And I don't think that Tim appeals to a good audience. I think Tim's audience is downright toxic, but eyeballs are eyeballs. It's the way it goes. You know, you have to make choices. Tim, because Tim is absolutely a grifter, will say and cover what he needs to say and cover in order to get clicks and eyeballs. And you can take that position. I mean, if you want to defend it, like, fine. But like, if you're not going to cover topics that like you want a more niche audience, I totally get that. I want a niche audience, but you have to sacrifice in terms of ad views and like overall views to your channel if you're specifically targeting a very like niche type of audience. Just the way it goes, man. You gotta figure out how to make money in other ways, Emma.
In where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. Like, you know, if the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have. Mm-hmm. The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like hit, and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business.
Well, I mean, it might not be that though, Tim, because not everyone wants to be a fucking grifter. And this is why I would say, like, again, I don't really care between the two of them, but if I had to pick and choose between who's a grifter, Sam Cedar or Tim Pool, it would be Tim Pool every single effing day of the week. Now, for Tim to say that Sam is not providing a product to his audience is just downright false. They have an audience. Now, is it as big as Tim's? Well, no, because Tim goes out of his way to appeal to the most toxic element of the internet. I do believe that. Are they neo-Nazis? No, I don't think I would go so far as to say they're neo-Nazis, and I know she's going to get there at some point because people have told me. But the fact of the matter is I think that Sam and Emma appeal to a very different type of audience than Tim does. And in the land of the YouTubes, I think that Tim just has captured more of like the audience than Sam and Emma. And again, there's like nothing necessarily wrong with that. You don't need to be the biggest business, the biggest channel, have the biggest audience in the world in order to make money, in order to run a successful business, in order to do well. I have been invited on the show. I've said no. I have been invited. I have said no, and I am never going on that show because I don't want to be called fat and ugly for 3 hours. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members, and okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that, and even what
we can agree on hating the Daily Wire, Emma.
I don't know what do you call that logo right there.
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs. That's a venture capital backed venture, I believe. At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Oh, yeah.
There's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't you be able to get advertisers if like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers? Your content's not like too
We do
dissimilar.
have advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values. And we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare.
But you guys are
honestly, Sam should just
you're passing on advertisers that don't align with your values. So
yeah.
Like you have
we do
those
the same
options.
thing. We do literally. So we have like 4 advertisers. We have
right.
like 4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
We're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
why make a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean,
because they're allowed to make content about whatever they want to make content about, Tim. You don't get to dictate what other people on the internet make content about.
Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership.
I can't fucking believe that I'm on this stream defending Sam fucking Cedar and Emma. This is what Tim Pool pushes me to.
Proportion is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not honestly something that is conducive to it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're trying to make a difference.
We don't have investment
Jesus fucking Christ.
Sure. We have like 4 advertisers.
This stream is literally going to take all night. You can get capital investment for pretty much anything under the damn sun. But the problem is you have to prioritize going out and finding that investment. Just sitting back and waiting for that investment to come for you, it's not going to work. Now, you could also, again, make the decision that we are fine at the organic growth rate that we have right now for what we're already offering. So we don't want to prioritize going out and hunting for capital investment. That's totally cool, man. Again, you do not, and I want to say this for anyone that might be watching that like wants to do a YouTube channel or want to do something like this, you do not need to have the largest audience to make money and to run a successful business. You just don't. You have to be smart about how you're doing things, your platforms, things like that. I would never just have YouTube as my primary platform. In fact, YouTube is not my primary platform. Substack is my primary platform, and that's actually where I'm making more money right now than I am on YouTube. So you have to be smart about how you're doing things. But to say that there's not as much opportunity for capital investment on the left, bullshit. Bullshit. There are any number of corporations that you can go out to and lefty causes that you can go out to that have plenty of money that do align with your values that I'm sure would be thrilled to give Sam Cedar and the Majority Report money to be advertise on their show. Maybe they've just never thought of it and no one has reached out to them to say, hey, maybe there's a partnership opportunity here. But Emma's full of shit. I'm sorry. It's something they absolutely can do, but they just haven't prioritized it. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. Tim is only good for reading the news and doing some research, but when he needs to be the smartest in the room, which he isn't, he usually is because he surrounds himself with stupid people, is when he comes off as intellectually uncharitable and his stuff. Well, yes, I agree with this. Like, generally speaking, I think that Tim Pool surrounds himself. I think Tim Pool is very smart in a lot of ways. I think he's stupid in some ways, but I think he's very smart in some ways too. I think that Tim's problem, he might not consider it a problem, is that he surrounds himself with stupid people most of the time to make himself look smarter. And what I do agree with you is that when Tim accidentally winds up in the same room with someone that's smarter than him, he gets angry, he gets frustrated, he gets bitter, and he becomes absolutely insufferable. And I think that's like the narcissism coming out, if I'm honest about it. But thank you for that super chat, Rottweiler. I do appreciate it.
Actually, we have 0 advertisers, so we got rid of them all.
Okay.
So we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee company, it's because
you are copying.
I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there's, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that
I don't think that's a true thing.
The 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you call that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when
but
I
that's
say
been
hoax,
proven. I mean, charged.
Right, so,
the rapist has been charged, and the doctor who provided the abortion fined.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right, and so what I said was the fact that they politicized this.
I'm going to end up on Emma's side in this, and it's going to absolutely fucking destroy me.
To win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
So, like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So here's
no, I'm talking about this example though,
right,
one that I just brought up.
So, right, if I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know.
What's the manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said, if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve out to actually get an abortion?
Doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer that point real quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused.
Okay.
That is incorrect.
But honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax.
It's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It was
a particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like that?
We don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't.
I mean, I do a little bit.
No, you don't, because we don't do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is.
You show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
don't
2022.
Don't change the subject.
No,
right? You accused us of publishing videos we don't publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something
It
that's
wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down.
I am not on Emma's side on this one. Emma is fudging statistics. Let me wait for the super chat to come in. Here it is. Amelia, thank you for the super chat. Emma isn't exactly smarter than Tim. I agree. But Tim is so often wildly unprepared to deal with guests who play word games. The fact that he brings up that book later on, hasn't read it, and can't cite specific chapter is unreal. So I'm not sure like what that's referring to because I haven't watched this. But I'll take your word for it. But I do generally agree. I agree that Emma isn't smarter than Tim, but I think that she's probably more well prepared for this than Tim, because it does sound like Emma had like at least watched some things. Okay, maybe she doesn't watch Tim's show religiously. No one should really watch Tim's show religiously. I mean, if you do, fine, whatever. But like, you know, I don't think that I think they're both smart in different ways, but Emma's probably Emma's probably more prepared on this one. And Tim's going to get frustrated because I think Tim's going to get frustrated for a couple reasons. Number one, Emma is a lefty woman, and that's a thing. I'm sorry, I don't pull the gender card often, but it is absolutely a thing. And I think she's gonna she has specifically prepared to like show him up. Autumn, I'm really glad you're here. I was hoping you'd come. Like, so I think I'm gonna end up on Emma's side on this, Autumn, and I'm not happy about it. But if you want to get me on Sam Cedar's show to discuss this, I'd be down for it. Okay, I'm kind of kidding about that, but not really. I don't know. I'm like, Autumn, if you can actually get me on Sam Cedar's show, I'm kind of like warming up to this idea in some strange way. I don't really know what we talk about, but who knows, man? Who knows? That's your assignment, Autumn. Go forth and conquer.
Down in 2023. So, that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes: murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
Over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down again.
It's.
I think my topic would be Sam Cedar is no longer funny, and can we try to find a way to make Sam Cedar funny again because he once was. That would be my topic. Go forth and conquer.
It's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once in a lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their
she
mental
thinks they're
health
not going to
was
try this
severely
again.
harmed.
How
People were out of
naive.
work, and that kind
How
of desperation leads to more
naive.
crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime. I would imagine.
This is inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people?
Autumn, can Tim Pool and I have a conversation, or excuse me, can Sam Cedar and I have a conversation about Tim Pool? Strike that, reverse it. That would be my topic. Can Sam Cedar and I do a whole segment where we complain about how awful Tim Pool is? Emma can join too. I would totally do it.
People got shoved in front of trains last year.
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that you're saying poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25. And so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like.
Tim is still in favor of universal healthcare. I'm sorry, what? Do all of Tim's libertarian viewers know that Tim is in favor of universal healthcare? Tim Pool is a socialist. Pass it on.
Basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and
Well, then you should promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. And they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day. So you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking. It's you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I mean, can we just admit that like the subway in New York is like significantly more dangerous than, say, the subway in Boston or the subway even in Washington, D.C. I would never effing take the subway in New York. Are you kidding me? But I take the subway in Boston, no problem. I take the metro in D.C., no problem. Like there are cities that are able to do public transportation without people getting pushed in front of subway cars on like a regular basis. I'm just saying that it's possible, and maybe New York City should like consider that.
Wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate healthcare in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about here.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history,
during the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. So we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So they're doing it just for fun.
So a lot of people shoplift just for fun. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe sometimes it's out of desperation, but like, guess what? You don't need a fucking TV from Target when you're looting the Target, okay? Like, no one is desperate for a new fucking TV. So don't tell me this is all just because, like, out of sheer desperation, like, they're all stealing loaves of bread off of, like, the supermarket shelves or something like that. That's just not true. And when it comes to homelessness, too, the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of people like that are homeless that want to be homeless, that they like that lifestyle. Now, I don't understand it. I don't get it. They're probably really mentally ill. I wish we could provide for their mental illness, like whatever. But if they want to be homeless, if they want that lifestyle, then quite frankly, it's their life. I'm sorry. And you cannot save everyone. You just can't.
We have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
That's profit.
For instance,
people are trying to make money.
Well,
they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They really don't.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
because
don't.
All
Not
the
at
wealth
all.
is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not
and
a zero-sum
trickling
economy.
down.
But
I don't know what that
But
means.
also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid 90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022, and it doesn't matter now that it's going back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
See this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic. Right. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
All right.
No, to be clear, that's not
also,
that's not pre.
Hang on, pause. All right. I am ready for one of my Sam Adams beers. I still have my seltzer here, but like I'm just not feeling the seltzer today. I'm like craving this beer. And so I want to show you guys about my Sam Adams glass before we continue, because it's my show. I'll do what I want. And this is important. Okay, so guys, if you are looking for a beer that is not Bud Light, that is definitely not fucking Miller Lite or Coors Light or any other light beer, like a respectable beer that's going to taste really good, that you can get almost anywhere, may I recommend the Sam Adams Boston Lager. This is a fucking quality beer. It tastes really good. You can get it in most bars. You can get it in supermarkets. You can get it all over the place. They do a lot of other flavors as well, but this is like the flagship one. And this is their special glass that they have custom made, because like breweries back in the day, they used to like all the different breweries used to have their own glass. And why this glass is cool is you're supposed to hold it like this. You're not supposed to hold it like this. You're supposed to hold it like this. And the glass at the bottom of the glass is thicker so that when this is not a product placement. I am not being paid for this. I feel very strongly about it. When you hold the beer like this, because the glass is thicker down here, it will keep the beer cool longer because the glass is thicker. And yes, Sam Adams Oktoberfest, which should be out in about a month because they come out a little early. Oktoberfest is one of the best beers on the market. I'm sorry. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is solid. But this is going to be our Sam Adams Boston Lager in the special Sam Adams custom glass that I did actually get at the Sam Adams Brewery in 2015, I think, when I was running the Boston Marathon. They had all the Boston Marathon runners. They could go tour the Sam Adams Brewery, and I got a special glass. Yay! Cheers, everyone! All right, let's keep going. Sorry for the interruption. Please mount that like button for me. Let's get back to fighting.
Pre-pandemic, that's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020, to be clear. So 2019 would be the low number.
The increase, actually, the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19 then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong, because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around,
this is just murders,
this is just murders right here.
Right.
You have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that. Well,
I agree. I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. And so it's impacting everyone. It
depresses brain function and things like that.
True. But I think public policy has a huge impact as well, because again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still so how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say when I say it worked, we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind.
I not only ran the Boston Marathon once, I ran the Boston Marathon twice. I ran the Boston Marathon in 2014 and 2015. I have my Boston Marathon medals right over there on my bookshelf. You can find pictures of them on my Twitter and my Instagram if you're really interested, but I have, in fact, run the Boston Marathon on 2 occasions, and I will never run a marathon again. Running a marathon sucks. And I raised over $10,000 for cancer research when I did it. And I really think that everyone should run a marathon at least once in your life. I've run 3. I ran the Philadelphia Marathon and then the 2 Boston Marathons, whole bunch of half marathons. Victor and I used to run like all the time back in the day. I ran slowly, don't get it twisted. But everyone should run a marathon at least once. And Boston is one hell of a marathon to run. I'll tell you that. I had a great time.
Mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because they're incredibly impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well, so, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
And I am talking
which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people, the ones committing the crime. I said, right.
Third of the shoplifting arrests in New York City.
These specific individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration because there are 300. I didn't say that. Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300 repeat offenders.
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got it. So this is all about the fact that you're not in favor of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No,
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond, then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how.
When my friend went to jail again for a crime that he didn't commit, but he ultimately ended up pleading guilty to because his lawyers convinced him he had to in order to stay out of prison for the rest of his damn life. he got the ever-loving fuck beat out of him all the time before he was ever convicted of anything. Like, really, really, really badly. And so I tend to be on Emma's side on this one. I think the criminal justice system is essentially unreformable. I am like, I could be like, I'm kind of on the defund the police bandwagon, if I'm honest about it. I know people don't like that, but that's just the truth. Like, and it's more of a perspective of like, I think they're fucking evil. I think they're evil. I'm sorry. I think they're evil. I think they're a gang. I know people will agree with me. I'm not saying everyone, but like, I think they're evil. Amelia, thank you for the super chat. What is the point of Tim's show? That is a good question. Good question. He says leftists go on the show to try and dunk on him. Is it literally to piss his audience off for engagement? Yes, it is. Every debate, I end up disappointed in everyone there. That's exactly what it is, Amelia. It's outrage porn. Everyone is addicted to outrage porn. Outrage porn sells on the internet. I think that is exactly what he is. He wants to piss people off. He wants people to be hate watching. It's like with Dylan Mulvaney, where conservatives hate Dylan Mulvaney, but they will hate watch Dylan Mulvaney over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Same thing here. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
The jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity. Because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity?
How do you judge that?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions. Yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But I think...
But that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held there. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
Damn.
We're all bad. Our law is based on English common law. And the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Seriously? That guy just lost all my respect. I'm sorry. Like, and I didn't feel like either way about him. I think I blocked him on Twitter just because I don't want to be associated with the type of people he's associated with. But like you want to spend an unlimited amount of money on jails in New York City, bro? What a waste of perfectly good money.
Again, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name. And assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put. Them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways, the reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deemed that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are warehousing.
Okay, but how's that racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
but
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime statistics, they're
there you go.
So
this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say inherently?
Crimes. I mean,
if you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked, because I've looked at it for the past 20 years.
So that's the cop's discretion. So
no, it's you get a report,
right,
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above Black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was a black cop, and he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city, and he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like, that guy's awful. He made a bunch of, like, I'm not going to say that.
But the reason, I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg, and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted Black and brown people. So you're taking.
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%. But go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did, where they over-police in certain areas, and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of populations, and it's
okay.
a racist argument.
You're wrong in a bunch of different ways. So
I generally agree with Emma on this, although I do not like that she's saying it's racism, it's racism, it's racism, it's racism, it's racism. Now, what Emma could do, if Emma was being the good Marxist that we all know she is, she could make the class argument, like make the socioeconomic argument. I would get behind that. But I think, like, pulling in, like, it's systemic racism, like, I don't think that that's actually, I think it's more of like a class thing. I could be like that's the argument that I would make, but actually generally I do agree with her on this. And again, I don't like the criminal justice system at all. So actual justice warrior is not going to win me over on this one. I'm sorry.
Let me just run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%. And that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although, you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary. It aggravates people. It creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but do you get?
Do conservatives realize that they really don't look like good people when they're nitpicky defending the police when the police do provable bullshit? I'm just saying, it's a really bad look. It turns people off. Conservatives should consider that.
Accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City.
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but not
okay.
now.
But do you understand?
But to your point about hit rate, because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. This is one of the things where you're oh, well.
Broker Natalie, the most amazing broker in Palm Springs. Thanks for all you do, sweetie. You are very important, respected, and loved by many. Buy the 4-bedroom with the pool. I will, Broker Natalie. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it.
This program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's not
that doesn't make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisks came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
I have. I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came. Because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice. Well, but anyway, it's about shootings. And the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
And I'm going to.
It 100%.
Are you in favor of gun control?
That's a good question, Sean.
I'm
a New Yorker, so I'm not a big gun guy, but
this is my point.
Actual justice warrior comes out in favor of gun control. Oh my word. God damn it. I'm going to end up on Emma's side. I'm serious. I'm really coming around to this issue and I'm not happy about it.
get guns.
And
that's why
you definitely got to charge
I'm going to agree with Emma,
sure.
but Emma's not going to agree with me. The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
Well, again,
stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional.
That's why Fourth Amendment was in my mind.
Well, again, it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're supposed to
I'm bearing arms.
They're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense.
This is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's
like I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct. But
come on,
this is mostly moderates.
But Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of.
Emma just lost me on that one. Saying someone to the right of Donald Trump is an extremist just because they're to the right of Donald Trump is a little bit ridiculous, because you need to look at what issues they actually care about and what they think on those issues. Now, I don't agree with anything Sean's saying, but I'm not going to call him an extremist. I'm going to call him wrong. He's wrong. He's just obviously wrong by anyone who's not looking at the situation from a purely autistic standard. But that doesn't make him an extremist. Sorry.
Language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young Black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart, because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward, a ridiculous spike in the murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990, it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple interesting points there. This is U.S. murder rate. So New York City's broken window policing has nothing to do with it. This is the entirety of the country.
Mm-hmm.
This could be one of two things.
Hang on.
When
Autumn, I have never called leftists extremists. And find me a clip of where I've said those evil leftist extremists. That's never come out of my mouth, Autumn. Don't make shit up. I might call them insane, but I call people on the right insane all the time. I think everyone is insane except for anarchists. So, there it is.
The leaded gasoline, that was that, 80s, right?
I believe so, yeah.
We were getting rid of it.
And the last
some
truck,
anarchists
I
are
think
insane
for trucks,
too.
it was
They
the
are.
90s.
Sure.
But this also coincides with one of the, if not the largest economic expansion, or I shouldn't say that now, because who knows how you define it with the pandemic and all that stuff. But we had a massive economic boom in the 90s. So this would interestingly correlate with the idea that as people started to get more things, like their lives started to improve, crime, murder rate started to drop dramatically.
Yeah, and I would say that that was a temporary kind of sugar high based on neoliberal policies of Reagan and Clinton, where there was a lot of money that was released back into the public because of massive tax cuts. I mean, we can talk about confiscatory taxation if you'd like, and the top marginal tax rate. The top marginal tax rate in 1961. It's funny that you brought up that figure. 1960, it's 91% compared to 37% now. But
it went down in the 60s.
Reagan cut a bunch of taxes.
No, I didn't call Paul from Red May. Hang on. Let me show you what I'm looking at. I didn't call Paul from Red May an extremist. And it's Philip, by the way. His name is Philip. Don't misgender him or something. I said that Philip was pretending to be a communist when in fact Philip seemed to believe that intellectual property is private property. And I said he was like a shill because communists are not supposed to believe in private property, and he was going to file a copyright strike claim against me for sniping his stream. And I was like, that's proof you're not actually a communist, Philip. He's a hypocrite, but he's not an extremist. I don't really care. Philip's allowed to believe crazy things, Autumn. Sam Cedar's allowed to believe crazy things. Emma's allowed to believe crazy things. Sean is allowed to believe crazy things. Tim Pool's allowed to believe crazy things. This whole idea of like extremism, everyone's extreme in some ways, I guess.
Is during that time period, and a lot of people got an influx in cash,
crime
and then
did drop.
Sorry,
crime did drop.
Well, right, but that was temporary. Right. And then the income inequality kind of set in, and the rich got richer and the poor got poorer, and that's mostly what I'm interested in talking about on my program.
Let me show you guys something which will add some context to the current crime spike. So you see right here this drop off after looks like about 2007. There's a major drop off in murder. And then it spikes in 2014. The problem with a chart like this is that it doesn't account for technology. The reason the murder rate declined in 2007 was cell phones. So when cell phones became ubiquitous, the ability to call emergency services became instantaneous. So when people were victims of violent crime, you had emergency service notified immediately. And so this resulted in a drop in the murder rate, but not in a drop in violent crimes. Not a direct correlation, meaning crime had been going down, but the murder rate dropped more than violent crime in general because people weren't dying. They were being stabbed, they were being robbed, they were being shot, and they were living. That's not murder, so it wasn't counted as murder.
Well, there is a chart, by the way, that you can look at because that actually pairs recessions with this murder chart. And again, the correlation is not really there. And as far as New York, you say that it had nothing to do with broken windows policing.
That map specifically was the US.
So yeah, I know. But you said it had nothing to do with broken windows policing, but that assumes that there isn't a greater decrease in crime in New York than nationwide, which is not the case. There was a greater decrease in the city of New York. Like Chicago had a decline too, but Chicago's homicide rate, which is almost on par with the city of New York, is 6 times higher per capita than the city of New York. And in terms of raw numbers, it's double, even though they're at a third of the population, which is the same thing that I just said with different math. So New York became the safest big city, and our crime rate actually declined. And in fact, Freakonomics actually attributes this to the legalization of abortion, which happened in the city of New York pre Roe versus Wade. It was one of the 6 states that had it legal electively. So this is like a known thing that people have talked about and speculated on what the result is. Now, also for the environmental point.
Can I just ask you a question about that? Sure. What does the connection to what does crime
have? That's what Freakonomics says, that the legalization of abortion, and they compare it to Ceausescu, whatever country he was the dictator of. They say that correlates with crime because they say all these unwanted children end up being born and then they end up committing crime.
That is certainly a claim. So that's how that works together then. You're saying that abortion should be illegal for that reason?
No. It would be legal abortion leads to less unwanted children being born. And again, you're smiling,
are you in favor of abortion?
I'm actually pro-choice, but not for this reason, but you're smiling. But the thing is, this is what was proposed in Freakonomics. I actually disagree with their analysis. They leave a lot of things out. But so again, I use that as an example to show that the New York decline did start before the national decline.
I'm almost positive that study has been called into question.
It is.
Just to clarify, you're saying more abortions meant lower crime? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Freakonomics asserted. It's in their little movie and it's in their original book.
I think that makes sense. If you've got 2 parents, you've got one parent, they got a baby, that baby's getting food. You know, like you could have no job, you could be homeless. Someone's going to find.
Well, you know what I would love to decrease desperation in terms of families in this country. I'm not sure if you've talked about it a ton on your program, Tim, but we should have made the child tax credit permanent that we expanded in the 2021 American Rescue Act.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah. So there was
I have a better idea. I have a much better idea. Can we just get rid of taxes? Can we just reduce all taxes to like 0? Everyone would have so much more money if we reduced all taxes to 0. It would be so great. Like if the federal government needed money, they could raise it in other ways. They could like put up billboards and sell like ad space on like police cars or whatever if they wanted to fund the police. But I really think that like everyone would benefit and be much better off if we would reduce the taxes to 0. That would be my suggestion.
A tax credit that was in place, but during the pandemic, it was expanded to be a monthly payment. It also, the amount was increased, so it was up to $3,600 a month for 6 and under, $3,000 for 6 to 17.
Yeah, they could
and
sell
then
t-shirts. The government could
it
sell
also
t-shirts.
was expanded to include people who had too little income to qualify previously. We cut child poverty by nearly in half instantly. And the reason that we don't have it is because the entire Republican Party and Joe Manchin and Sinema essentially nixed it. But this is the kind of stuff that's possible in this country to make people less desperate. If you want less crime, make society a broader, more beneficial place for people with a bigger safety net, so people don't have to turn to desperation.
Real quick, this is the crazy thing. So I think the only people who disagree with that are establishment Republicans, like the prominent Republican Party members.
But you should talk about it more on your show.
I mean, I think that I'll go extreme with it. If after your second kid, no more taxes. Income tax 0. Have 2 kids, no tax.
I don't want to have fucking kids to not pay taxes, Tim. Fuck you. I don't want to have to ruin my body and give up all my money and all my freedom to not pay taxes. That is a horrible idea. That is so fucking ableist, Tim. I am not responsible for people who choose to have children. I made a very concerted choice to not have children precisely because I like my money and I like my freedom. And just because they didn't make the same choice or they didn't wear a fucking condom and they accidentally got pregnant does not mean that they deserve no taxes.
Taxes.
I mean, I know that there have been certain proposals in places like Hungary that are like that, but they are heavily, heavily tilted towards heterosexual families as opposed to...
Well, yes, but I fully admit that I'm being hypocritical on the student loan thing, and my reasoning behind that is I know it's socialism, I know it's bad, I know I shouldn't do it, but if everyone else is getting socialism, I want my fucking socialism too. I am fully admitting that I'm being a raging hypocrite on this. I'm just saying I would not be upset at all if someone else paid off my student loans. I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to be like, no, don't pay off no, don't do it. No, don't do it. No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm not pushing for it. I'm not doing a video a day saying we need to wipe out student loan debt. I'm just saying I wouldn't be upset. God.
If a gay couple wants to adopt or have children, I would. If I don't agree with that because I want more taxation, frankly, so that we could have socialized healthcare. We could have a college for all act, which honestly you could pay for with a tax on Wall Street speculation. It would be.
I am no longer on Emma's side. I'm sorry, Autumn. The minute that Emma said we need more taxes, is the minute that I switched over to Tim's side again.
Incredibly easy. It's only $48 billion a year, which is less than the military budget increase that we did in 21 to 22, which was around $71 billion. I want to do that kind of stuff. And so getting rid of income tax, I would not be in favor of it. But if you want to create tax incentives for families so that they can raise their kids and they aren't in poverty, I am all for that, Tim.
To your point about nobody would disagree, I would 100% disagree with that because, again,
you don't want tax credits for people that have babies.
There is not a demonstration that these policies that these work in reducing crime. In fact, we see the opposite. If you put up that homicide chart,
we should absolutely not be incentivizing people to have kids purely to get out of paying taxes. Do you know how many unwanted children that's going to create? Like families are going to be having kids, or like they're going to be having kids that they don't even want, that they don't even like, just to get out of paying taxes. That is a horrible idea. A lot of really shitty parents are going to have kids as a result of that policy. And those kids are going to suffer, and they're going to be raised by raging narcissists, and then they're going to become narcissists, and it's going to perpetuate, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's going to be like the impact of social media on steroids. I cannot believe that Tim is even serious about this.
It's increasing during the war on poverty, which is the greatest increase in. Sorry, go ahead.
Not talking about crime.
She said if you wanted to deal with crime, this is how.
Well, I'm trying to connect it to this, but like,
right. But in the broader sense,
I think the most important thing to take away from this here is that every single Republican voted against the American Rescue Act and the expanded child tax credit. There is one party that is look, it's not
But
good enough.
saying,
I'm more obviously in the Bernie Sanders wing. I have
quick,
deep disagreements with Hillary Clinton-esque neoliberal politicians.
But
yeah, it's the Democratic Party in favor of policies that are going to be helping people on a day-to-day basis like this.
The Republicans voted against a broad bill that included one thing in it. Is that what happened?
Yeah, but they also fought tooth and nail about the actual child tax credit. This was a part of the Inflation Reduction Act negotiations as well. They were not in favor of that too. And Joe Manchin, your senator, right? We're here in West Virginia.
Awful. We hate him.
I mean, you gotta you're a celebrity here, right, Tim? In West Virginia, you should call on Joe Manchin and say, hey, why don't you do this? Why are you not in favor of the child tax credit?
That dude is neoliberal
totally
to perfection. It's like that nobody in West Virginia wants the guy.
Right. I mean, he's very unpopular.
Right.
That's not true. He's actually the most popular politician in West Virginia history.
Go talk to some people in West Virginia.
I'm sure you could find people.
Dude.
I get
his poll numbers are in the tank.
I'm in right-wing nut job territory. Listen, this guy lost his mind.
I get why you're against him.
Maybe 4 years ago he was popular because the state, like for whatever reason. But people are not happy with him today. I've not met a single person here who likes him.
I mean, they might be upset with him now, but
he's tanking in polling numbers in hypothetical matchups with Jim Justice in the Senate. That's actually a fact.
West Virginia, 86% Trump supporting state. Yeah. All of those people despise him for obvious reasons. But then you go and meet some of the more moderate, don't really care, middle of the road people, and they're just like, what happened to that guy? And so, look, man, I see what you're saying, but I'm telling you, like,
no, I get why you're against him. Because
it's not about me. I'm saying, like, we'll go hang out in any one of these. And this is the Panhandle. Don't get me wrong, but we were hanging out in Charleston, 5 hours from here. Not a single person I've ever met in West Virginia is like, I like that guy. Not one. I've talked to people who are like, who have told me in West Virginia that they don't like Trump. They would rather have DeSantis. And then they say, Manchin's got to go. He's got to go. We got to get somebody else. He's awful because he's like, he's not a Democrat or a Republican at this point. It's like he's a corporate. That's it. It's like he's of the corporate party. He doesn't seem to be catering to anybody.
He has a fine line to walk, in my opinion, to hold a state like this as a Democrat. And this, like, I get why she, being more progressive, doesn't like him, but he's like one of the only Democrats that could have won here, which is why when they tried running progressive in the primary, like that person got slaughtered.
Capitalism is a beautiful thing.
But
I get why you would want to replace him. I want to replace him. The Republicans lost the Senate.
Jim Justice is very likely.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I just want to point this out. Off the top of my head, I think Manchin's numbers are like 55% disapproval right now.
I can't see him winning. I mean, look, I don't know for sure. I'm not psychic, but everyone I talk to, it's like we
can ask him.
I think it's who is it? Mooney potentially, and Jim Justice. But Jim Justice seems very.
We're not doing the show tonight, but next week.
We'll see. I don't know for sure.
Well, you brought up Trump and DeSantis in West Virginia. I'm curious because I saw Tim. You've been like upset a little bit about how DeSantis has been, or maybe not upset.
A little bit.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're pissed. All right. Yeah. So I'll characterize it as you're a little pissed at how DeSantis has been using those AI images of Trump. Trump
used
hugging
3 of them one time.
Yeah.
Can I just say this? I finally saw that ad that Ron DeSantis released last week, where Ron DeSantis was like, Trump is too pro-gay. And I am definitely not pro-gay. I was like, this is like one of the most homophobic, like alt-right ads I've ever seen. I was like, they were shitting on Lady MAGA. Like, if you guys have never met Lady MAGA, Ryan, like, he's like the nicest guy in the world. He would never do anything against kids. It's like totally family friendly. It's like he is covered from head to toe, just like dances around and does his Lady MAGA thing. And I'm sorry, he is seriously like the nicest guy in the world. And I am like so beyond pissed that they put Lady MAGA in that ad. And it's like Ron DeSantis is like, I'm more excuse me, goddamn. Ron DeSantis is like, I am more homophobic than Donald Trump, and he thinks that's going to win him voters. That ad was bullshit. That was awful. Ron DeSantis has disqualified himself from the presidency so far as I'm concerned.
But I mean, can you expand on that thought?
Ron DeSantis' team, in order to smear Donald Trump, ran fake images of him kissing and hugging Fauci alongside real images and then wrote real life Trump over the top.
Right.
And it's one thing to play politics, which I despise. When you get someone being like, Nancy Pelosi voted against this act. It's like the Saving Puppies Act, but it's actually a bill that like cuts taxes for oil companies, or the inverse where it's like, insert Republican voted for whatever. I despise all of that. But actually fabricating images, shrinking them down and placing them alongside real images and then writing real life Trump on it.
Can you pull up the image so I can see it?
Yeah. So, I mean, is that kind of the core of your, would you say as of now, if you were to vote today, you'd be voting for Trump?
No. No Kennedy,
that's the core of your disagreement.
Thumbs down.
So, there's a lot more than that. Here, take a look at this. This is as I feel like this is campaign ending. I feel like this.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's funny to me.
The manufacture of fake images to trick people into voting for someone is, look, this is the open door. Ron DeSantis decided to be the person to stick his foot over the line and say, we will manufacture fake images to win.
I mean, they do say that they're fake. Like,
No.
But people
this is
would
someone
probably miss
They
this.
don't say it's fake.
No, it says right there, fake.
This is an image calling out the fake graphics. They wrote real life Trump, and this is NPR circling the fake images to call them out.
Right.
They ran it as real life Trump. Now, I understand if you scrutinize the images, you can tell they're fake. This one says Mahehap Wems. Okay, yeah, that's not English, and it's under the White House emblem. But when it's in a video that's a minute long, and you pass this, I've already had people tell me that they didn't realize it was fake. Right. And I've already people say, I talked to my parents about it. They thought it was real. And so what the DeSantis fans are doing now is they're like, can you believe Tim actually thought those were real? Like, dude, if you want to play that game and call me stupid and insult me for calling out DeSantis's campaign for doing this, I literally don't care. It changes nothing of my moral stance that this stepped well over the line. Now, I got to be honest. You go back in time to the first time a politician lied, and people were probably like, can you believe he actually lied to us? And we know that's bad. And I hate all of it. But this is the next level. This is like, holy, it's bad enough they're all lying.
Well, what's the core of your disagreement otherwise then? I mean, because if it's with COVID, I would say I'm more on Trump's side with that kind of stuff. I liked Operation Warp Speed. Look, I would have done a little differently for giving away government money for vaccines. That we should have nationalized them, and the intellectual property should have been waived so that everybody could have had access to it. Also, in the
publicly funded should be publicly owned.
I'm in favor of that, Tim. So I mean, that's one thing that I think Trump is better. And look, just DeSantis is frankly an anti-LGBTQ demagogue.
Yes, he
that's
is.
where I think Trump's less dangerous than DeSantis.
I agree.
Look, he is, but I think it's more so the Florida legislature that's doing it. And then he's latching onto it.
Now, I will say that I'm not saying that DeSantis is anti-LGBT on the basis of like the laws for the schools. That is not my rationalization. I'm saying it on the basis of that ad that his team released last week that was overtly bragging that Ron DeSantis is more like anti-LGBT than Trump is. And I understand that this conversation with Tim and Emma took place before that ad was released. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. But like, I'm not saying that on the basis of the laws. The laws are a different thing. Everyone knows, just to be clear, if you are new to me, I am not in favor of the book banning bullshit at all. And I do think it's book banning, and I don't want to play any fucking language games. I am not in favor of it. I don't think it's a good strategy. I don't think it's effective for so many reasons. I've covered it before. I am not on the Moms for Liberty bandwagon. I think Moms for Liberty is a grifting organization that is basically like doing whatever they can to maintain their status and to fundraise money, essentially. So I'm not in favor of any of that stuff. That doesn't mean that I think that everything Ron DeSantis has done in Florida is bad, because I don't. I think Ron DeSantis has done good things in Florida. But my basis for saying that Ron DeSantis is anti-LGBT is the ad that his team put out last week that overtly fucking says he's anti-LGBT.
I think when it comes to real issues related to this stuff, he's mum.
He's been anti-wokeness is the center of his campaign.
Yeah, he Trump made that at the forefront of his campaign.
No, for sure. I like DeSantis
Trump
in a
wouldn't
lot of
even
ways.
send the National Guard against the Black Lives Matter rioters.
That's a different question. That's not wokeness. That's like crime and law and stuff. DeSantis, I think, is mostly surface level. I like a lot of his policies. I
also think it's very, very suspicious that the establishment wants Ron DeSantis to win. And it's very clear to me that the establishment wants him to win. It's like everyone that hates Trump is like fawning over like Ron DeSantis and like boosting him up. And I think it's creepy. And it's like, I mean, like as much as I joke about the tribalist infighting between the Trump influencers and the DeSantis influencers, I actually think it's a little unnerving how like buttoned up and like tight-assed, and I don't say that in a positive way, the Ron DeSantis influencers like are. It's weird, and I think it's very off-putting, and it's like it's not an appealing thing. It seems like it's inauthentic. That's what it is. It's inauthentic. It's plastic. I don't like it, and I think that anytime the establishment wants someone to win, we should always be questioning why they want him to win. Shaina, thank you for the super chat. Joel Berry from the Babylon Bee just tweeted that parents should get extra votes for each kid. No, fuck that shit. Do the right and evangelicals realize how this stuff looks to singles? They don't fucking care. They don't want to win. They have no desire to get votes in any real way at all. It is mind-boggling. Thank you for the super chat, Shaina. I appreciate it.
What do you like about his policies?
I mean, at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't particularly good, right? He did a lot of what everyone else did. But to be fair, I was very much like, I guess, I was very much, Thomas Massey didn't want to do this big spending bill, and I said, this is crazy. The economy, like, we don't know what's going on. There are people dying. We're seeing videos of people dying in the street, and so I think, hindsight being 2020, I look back and I'm like, I probably should not have just gone along with all of that. That was probably stupid. Ron DeSantis did initially, but then changed and said, you know what, this is not making sense. We're reopening. And I think that made a lot more sense.
It was also under extreme pressure. Like Andrew Cuomo was the most promoted governor in the country, and he was the most attacked.
So DeSantis did well in not the first, but he did well in reopening things back up.
But what policies do you like generally about him? This. I mean, besides the COVID stuff, what are the other policies like as governor? I mean, you think it's just the state legislature that's putting together these anti? I think it's mostly Tim,
them.
You said that there was a grooming event happening at Club Q, and that was after the shooting, right? Which is essentially kind of saying, well, look, they had it coming a little bit. I mean, no, you didn't say that, but that's the implication.
I actually said, how do we prevent these things from happening? If people, so I tweeted.
So you actually seem pretty aligned with DeSantis on the
absolutely
on the
but I don't think it's him. I think it's the Florida legislature. And if DeSantis becomes president, you think Congress is going to vote for any of these things? As for the Club Q thing, I said, if people keep saying wood chippers, what did you think was going to happen? Right? I am saying, stop saying these things.
Saying what?
People keep going online and going, wood chippers, wood chippers, wood chippers. You know what that means, right?
For who, though?
For groomers.
Right. Okay.
And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen if you go online and keep calling for death? Like, don't do that. Stop that. Right? We want to stop child abuse. We want to stop violence. That's what we want.
So that's why I hope you have dedicated so much of your program to talking about the Catholic Church. Because that is the institution in this country right now that is most associated with child abuse. Hands down. Queer people, gay people, trans people, that is not a thing. What is your definition of child abuse?
They're most associated, but they're actually not more abusive than any other religious institution, and they're not nearly as abusive.
But no. I want to stay on this, and I also just
where are the books at? Where did they get moved to?
Tim, though, what policies about DeSantis do you like in terms of what he's running on for president?
Culture war stuff mostly, but I think COVID policy was
plug
good.
For the show.
Oh yeah.
Right, but what's the culture war stuff that you like?
So yes, but the reason why I've not been so last year I was like, I think DeSantis is probably better for one simple reason.
No, what stuff do you like now? What do you like that he's running on?
Yeah, culture war stuff predominantly.
But can you expand on that notion?
I think you want me to like pull up specific.
I mean, I don't know. It's like you said that you like certain things, that you're leaning more towards Trump because of AI images. I would hope that there's a little bit more substance to your disagreement.
Well, but every time I try and bring it up, you just ask me the same question again.
Because you're not answering my question.
So I'm trying to.
Okay, go ahead.
So now where was I before you jumped back in? First, the culture war stuff is obvious, right? Parental rights and education bill. Yes, that one's fairly obvious. I don't know about the Disney stuff. That's kind of absurd. What I was going to say is let's go back in time to why I said I was for Ron DeSantis in the first place and why where I'm at now is not. The first thing was last year I was having a conversation with the Daily Wire crew and I said Trump is brash. Many people don't like him. And he won't shut up about 2020. He's a sore loser. Ron DeSantis, at the very least, is dry and can get us something better than, say, Joe Biden.
I know, but I'm still not really hearing a specific policy.
Right. So his COVID policy was correct. Okay.
Wait, but you just said something with the beaches that the closure.
You can bring it over.
Like his presidential platform. Like,
I don't know if he's got one. Does he?
Okay, so
I've not been on board with him. So we can look at what happened.
And you said parental rights. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Yeah, like
I'm in favor of parental rights, right? Like, I want parents to be able to, if their child is transitioning, to be able to work with their doctor with a plan.
Here we go. Emma is about to okay, here is the problem with the parental rights argument that conservatives are making. Conservatives are making the argument that parental rights only apply when parents do not want their children to be transed by the schools. And quite frankly, I do absolutely believe that parental rights apply. I don't believe that schools should be having these policies. And is this the part where they start fighting? Oh, good. I don't believe that schools should be having these policies where they are hiding information from the parents regarding the names students are using, regarding the pronouns students are using, regarding what's going on. Like, there used to be a thing where schools would like keep the parents informed about what was going on. We all pay for these things. There is no way in this universe schools should be hiding information from parents. And so I am actually on the side of conservatives on that. And I think that parental rights is the hill that everyone must die on. If we lose parental rights, if the state starts to be able to decide how kids are raised, like in terms of like, should they be transitioning if they wake up at 14, 15 years old and they say I'm a different gender for like the very first time, should we immediately put them on the cross-sex hormones or take them out of the house entirely? Like, those are issues that should be decided in the home by families. However, and this is a big however, and this is the part where people are going to start calling me a groomer, and I don't really give a fuck. If parental rights apply to conservatives, then parental rights also apply to raging leftists like Emma, who would be perfectly fine transitioning the kid and doing all the things. Now we can talk about should states ban the medicalization of people under the age of 18. I mean, if we're going to have a government, I think it's probably a pretty good thing to do to say, you know what? Let's just pump the brakes on the cross-sex hormones for a little bit because we're getting some data from all around the world that this might be a bad idea. And so we can have that discussion. But the fact of the matter is, if parents want to allow their children to socially transition, to cut their hair, to wear crazy clothes, to go by different names and pronouns. I mean, even in states where it is still legal to like medicalize your kids, which I don't think is a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm going to say it again because someone's going to call me a groomer. I don't think medicalizing children for trans like related issues is a good idea. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. However, if conservatives want their parental rights to be respected, then they need to in turn respect the parental rights of other people that ragingly disagree with them. And that's just the way it goes, man. You cannot save everyone. I know that, conservatives are all like saving children. Well, guess what, conservatives? They're not your fucking kids. They're not your kids. I'm sorry. And parents screw up their kids all the time. You cannot save people from being screwed up by their parents. Again, I don't think it's a good idea to be medicalizing kids under 18. I don't think it's a good idea to be doing any gender transition medicalization until you're at least 25. So the brain has the opportunity to fully develop the logic reason functions. You can go through a lot of therapy. I personally don't care if people socially transition. That's just me. Like, I mean, when I was in school, like I had short hair. I was a massive tomboy. I still am a massive tomboy. But like, don't let the lipstick fool you. I'm a massive tomboy. And it's like, I don't think there's anything wrong with socially transitioning necessarily. I mean, you can get into the psychology of it, but The point is that if you want rights for yourself, then you have to offer other people those same rights. And if those other people make choices that you yourself would not make, you have to go, not my monkeys, not my problem. Because you can't save everyone. Parents are going to fuck up their kids, guys. We will never, ever, 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 ever have a world in which we will completely eliminate parents fucking up their kids. And that is true whether or not trans surgery or medicalization for minors is in the cards. That's just the way it goes. You have to hope for the best. I don't want anyone to become a detransitioner. I think that's awful. I think it's an awful thing for people to go through. If I had my money, it's like, send your kids to therapy, let them wear whatever clothes they want, let them cut their hair whatever they want, but like, put off the medicalization as long as you possibly can to give them the opportunity to develop. And then if they want to transition as an adult, fine, man, it's your body. Do what you want with it. If you fuck it up, it's your thing to live with for the rest of your life. But like, you can't save everyone. So let's see where this goes.
And make sure that children are not being driven to suicidal ideation and that parents aren't restricted by the state from...
Let's talk about one of his policies.
Okay, go ahead. I don't want parents to be restricted from the state from giving healthcare to their children.
If I open this book on YouTube, the stream will get taken down.
Okay.
That's not true,
Did you ever
Tim.
read this book?
That's not true.
This book
Tim
is in middle
lying.
schools in Florida. Ron DeSantis had it removed. That's one simple policy he did. That's very good. You've never seen this book?
I've heard about it.
Have you ever looked inside of it?
No, but I mean, I don't believe in censorship.
If I show you a picture of a blowjob, would you be offended?
I mean,
can I show you a picture of a blowjob?
I wouldn't be offended. I mean, I think
disavow.
That, honestly, do you know, Tim, that the more children learn about sexual education in the way that's productive and done in schools, the less likely they are to be sexually abused because they know what is good and what is bad.
I can't show this image on YouTube.
Do you hear me though about that?
So
flat out, Tim is fucking lying when he says he can't show that image on YouTube. That image has been shown on YouTube all over the place. Tim is lying. He's just making a big production of it. Now, personally, I don't think that book should be in schools, but I'm also on like the side of like Emma here, and that I'm also not in favor of book banning because I think book banning is a very slippery slope. And the reality is that the woke left is churning out books like this. They have entire publishers dedicated to churning out books like this. So if you get if you get genderqueer out of the schools and you're like high-fiving yourself and you're feeling really good about your work today, the fact of the matter is that the left is going to replace genderqueer with 5 more fucking books that are far worse than genderqueer ever was. And if you find those books, you get those books out of the school, guess what? They're going to replace them with more. It is the conservative right chasing their damn tail, all because they can't just leave it alone. And in the process of this, they're also making the book much more appealing to the kids because the kids probably didn't even know this book was in the schools. Like, when was the last time any of you actually went in a library? I'm being serious. You don't actually even need to go in a library to do research. You do everything online, right? I got through my entire college education without ever setting foot in a university library once, and that was a long ass time ago. Certainly you can do the same thing today. My point is that book was probably sitting on a bookshelf where pretty much no one even knew about it, and no one even knew about it until parents made this big goddamn kerfuffle about getting that book out of schools, and then all of a sudden the kids are going, why are they trying to ban that book? What's in that book that they don't want me to read? Et cetera, et cetera. The parents made the book more popular.
I think the more children learn about sexual education, the less likely they are to be victims of pedophilia and rape.
I think the issue is you're confusing sexual education with kink. Right? So I'm looking at this right now. I can't even hold it up because I can't point it at the camera. And I don't understand why school children should be taught how to perform blowjobs for an autoandrophile.
I don't believe they're being taught that.
Why was this book
banned?
Why was this book in
I don't really know. Again,
Amazon
because this is another case-by-case example.
No. You asked me about what Ron DeSantis did.
Censorship.
You asked me what Ron DeSantis did that I liked.
That he banned genderqueer?
That he's removing pornographic and kink books from middle schools is a very, very good one. And I would.
Well, for me, my politics are a little broader than that, Tim. I got to say.
So, listen. If your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show blowjobs to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this
book was in schools in Florida, which is why
there are a ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag, buddy.
So you think children should have Playboy?
I don't really think so. No, because that's pornography.
So you think a blowjob?
You're in favor of censorship.
Yes,
you are,
absolutely.
Oh, that's good to know.
If you watched the show, you'd know this.
Oh, you're okay. You're
we talk about
I am not. I want children to be able to have all the.
I agree with Emma. God fucking damn it. I agree with Emma. Hang on, I got a super chat coming in from Rottweiler. Thank you for the super chat. Any policy like that only creates an endless game of cat and mouse. The root problem is still there. Marxism. They don't want solutions. Otherwise, they would end up without what makes them money. That's exactly right. This is why I have so many issues with Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty has absolutely no interest in solving this problem at all in any way. What Moms for Liberty wants to do is use books that are inflammatory, like genderqueer, to raise money so that they can create the big Moms for Liberty organization. By the way, is anyone here actually involved with local Moms for Liberty chapters? Because those chapters don't get shit for Moms for Liberty. I'll tell you that. I know many people who are involved with Moms for Liberty all over the country. Their local chapters don't get shit. Moms for Liberty has essentially abandoned the entire goddamn state of Texas. They're not at all interested in solving the problem. What they're interested in is in using the problem to make more money. That is it. And that is why they're focusing on book banning, because it will be a perpetual game of cat and mouse. Again, you get one book out of school, they're going to replace it with 3 more. They are churning out these books all the effing time.
Information that they need in order to
including pornography.
No, that's not pornography.
We backup record everything, and
we're still recording.
I think we're back.
We are back.
Whoa.
Okay. It's pretty stormy out.
It broke your.
It's stormy
too.
Yeah, I mean it's rainy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're live again.
Okay.
There we go. We're back.
Yes.
So the power just
went out. Yeah. That was God striking you down.
That was
Tim.
the YouTube
striking me down. You're the one arguing for.
You're the one arguing for censorship.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really mind that stuff. I mean, are you in favor of children seeing violence on television?
No.
That scares me a little bit more.
It depends. It's not so simple to say violence, right? But yes, censorship is a good thing, but when done bad is a bad thing.
Yeah.
For instance, Ian Crossland, who is a co-host on Timcast IRL, used to be a moderator for Minds.com. And he had to filter out graphic depictions of murder and rape and child abuse. Censorship is absolutely vital in that regard. So if we're talking about a book like, in particular, there was one called, there's a teacher who provided a book to her middle schoolers called This Book is Gay. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard. That's actually a very good book.
And it provides instruction on children. She provided instruction to children on how to use adult gay anonymous sex apps. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate. Now, look, by all means, you can be in favor of them.
Maybe she had a child. Maybe she had a child in her classroom
who wanted to go on Grindr and have sex with adults. Is that your argument?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't know. Again, this is
why would a 10-year-old need Grindr?
This is the thing that you do, though, Tim. You're picking specific examples that are inflammatory.
You asked me for one.
Okay, then go ahead. I did.
We have the book.
Yeah, I
said don't show children blowjobs. You said you appreciate it.
I'm not in favor of censorship.
As an objective observer that's sitting here, you asked for a specific example. He gave it to you, and then you try to say he's broadly in favor of censorship.
Yeah,
it's possibly to make a hypocrisy point later on when he complains about social media censorship or something like that.
No,
but it's like he's talking about this specific issue. And I remember I was working on an education series about this kind of thing years before it was popular. Yes, I was ahead of my time. And yeah, these kind of things were popping up all over schools. And I am happy that DeSantis is like doing something.
We had Asra Nomani on the show. She brought in, I think, like 70 books of all of the weird racist indoctrination and sex stuff that they're bringing in schools.
Yeah.
And I said, look, man, it's really simple for me. If someone comes to me and says that they think this book, which Amazon says is 18 up only, should be given to children, I'll say, I will vote against you.
So should the Bible be banned from schools because it depicts sexual
yes!
schools, public schools?
The Bible probably is not appropriate for children for a lot of reasons. And I am not a Christian, so I don't particularly care. about whether or not they're going to give a book to children that has something like Deuteronomy 23:20 in it, I don't think kids should be reading that kind of stuff.
Okay.
However, I'm in favor of the parents deciding when it is appropriate for their kids, which comes with very difficult moral questions in that my morality is different from the morality of each individual parent. So that's why I'm kind of like, the government probably shouldn't be the one doing it.
Have you had an expert on sexual education on your program to talk about this kind of stuff?
Yes.
What did they say?
And
are you in favor of abstinence only?
No. It's been a very, very long time.
You're not in favor of abstinence only education.
I think abstinence only is
so
silly.
You're kind of hinging on this book that has pornographic material in it that okay.
There's a difference between sex and kink. Right?
Okay, sure.
So the many individuals on the left have made arguments in favor of kink for kids, which is weird to me, and I think is inappropriate. I think kids should learn about sex. I think the parents should decide when it's appropriate. This is why typically at schools they would give out notice to the parents like, we're intending on doing sex ed. Here's the subjects we're going to cover.
Nothing's changed.
The issue with Florida was that they had a policy where they would not instruct parents and actually were told not to talk to the parents if the kids were suffering identity issues. Now, the state should not intervene and take away the rights of the parents in that way.
Can you say that again? The state. What about gender identity issues?
So in Florida, what prompts a bill like this, and it also happened with stuff in like Nashville, was that the schools, and I think they do this in like Washington and Colorado, the schools were actually telling teachers not to talk to the parents if the children were having some kind of identity issue. And so this led to suicides.
No. What leads to suicides is that children are being told that they cannot operate and be who they are as the gender that is who they are in their heart. That's what's leading to suicides.
I'm talking about one specific. Well, I think it's like
you're talking about one specific example. I'm talking about broader.
You can't ask me for like.
I talk about politics, Tim. I don't talk about anecdotes.
We're talking about policy that they would not.
You asked me what the policy was.
I'm talking about school district policy. I cover national
you asked
politics.
Me to.
Yeah. All right.
You can't ask me a question. Then when I explain where the policy came from, be like, no, that makes no sense.
You go into individual anecdotes.
I'm telling you why the policy was written.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
That's why the policy was written, because there were children who were having identity issues and the schools were instructed, the teachers were told not to tell the parents. This led to, I think it was a suicide attempt. The parents got angry.
Who had a suicide attempt?
A little girl tried to kill herself.
Okay, again, this is one case.
No, it's not just one case, but the specific case, Emma, is there was a 5th grader in Long Island, New York, who sued their elementary school and their 5th grade teacher because at 10 years old, the teacher, without telling the parents, started using a different name and pronoun for the student, and they did this for 6 months before the parents knew anything about it, and then the student ended up in the school psychologist's office with suicidal thoughts as a result of that. That is one lawsuit that's happening right now. There's also other lawsuits out in Colorado where basically the same thing has happened. Parents Defending Ed has done an extensive research project that's still ongoing, where they are quite literally going through every single effing school district in this country to figure out which school districts have policies on the books that explicitly state that they are not allowed to tell parents what gender their children are and what pronouns they're using and any of this other stuff. And there are over 11,000 school districts currently in the country who have exactly those same policies, impacting over 10 million students. This is not a one-off case, Emma. This happens all the time.
Go ahead.
And there was also another, right. I'm not talking about, look at this anecdote, let's set policy. I'm saying Florida set a law because, okay? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm saying a thing led to a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
My position is that parents should be fully informed about what's going on with their children, and teachers should not withhold that information from them. It is not up to the state to decide what is best for the kid. There are certain exceptions.
But the state is deciding what is best for the kid in these instances. They are essentially saying that children, take Florida, for example. You're talking about Florida. Let's talk about it. They're saying that children cannot, under the supervision of their doctor and with their parental consent. None of this happens, by the way, without parental consent. It's illegal. They cannot work with their doctor on a healthcare plan for them to transition into their
I'm not
gender.
talking about that. I mean, you're talking about medical intervention.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Amelia. Thank you. This part is where they both lost me. Emma is shifting topics, putting Tim on the defensive constantly, and he's getting upset while she's sitting there giggling, so goofy. I mean, she's definitely, as soon as Tim gets her on one thing, she's very, very smart and she's very quick, and she jumps to another topic and she basically deflects. Well, oh, that was just one 10-year-old girl, Tim, that almost committed suicide because the teacher was using different names and pronouns without telling the parents, and that put the girl in this. That was just one case. It's just one. We can get away with onesies and twosies, can't we? Like that's what Emma's doing. Then she switches to another topic, which is of course going to piss Tim off, because Tim is going to want to stay on track because he knows he's got her as soon as he deflects off that topic. So yeah, you're right about that.
Right, but you have spoken about this on your program before.
Yeah, I think like if a doctor prescribed a lobotomy to a kid, the government should stop.
It's not a lobotomy. That's not what it is.
I'm saying that there are certain things in the medical world that we've prohibited.
Right, but this is not what should.
One of them.
But the American
you
Journal,
disagree? You think it shouldn't be?
No,
I'm not arguing
every single expert that is reputable on this front disagrees. The American Journal of Pediatrics did a study about transitioning children. They studied them over 5 years. 94% of the children continued to identify as the gender that they were choosing to identify with at the beginning.
5 whole years?
Yeah,
wow.
Yes.
And placed on Lupron.
No, then the 6% that were remaining, 3.5% identified as cisgender, 2.5% went back, yes, but they were heavily weighted under the age of 10 years old,
this is
where they never had any medical intervention. This is how actually trans care actually goes, Tim. 8 to 13 years old, you're put on puberty blockers. Those are entirely reversible. Then after that is 100% true. That's 100% true.
They're not entirely reversible. To a certain degree, they can be.
Then why are they used in instances where someone has puberty that
precocious puberty?
Right, exactly. And there's a carve out for that in the Florida bill, by the way. So cis kids can have it, but trans kids can't.
Because that's the primary label.
16 years
that's the primary use of the drug.
Okay, but that's not what doctors say. No. Then 16 years old, that's when hormones happen. Very, very, very rarely are there any surgeries under the age of 18. I don't hear you talking about rhinoplasties under the age of 18 on your program.
We have.
Oh.
Maybe you haven't heard it because you don't watch the show.
Okay.
I've also said child beauty pageants are wrong and they're disgusting. I've also said Hooter is inappropriate for kids. And I said we shouldn't be giving minors any kind of cosmetic surgery. I don't even like tattoos or piercings. So when it comes to...
It's quite puritanical of you, Tim. I'm surprised. You have a lot of swords
I don't think
and
children
and stuff in here.
I don't think children should should be altering their bodies.
But you just said parental rights. So if under 18, parents have to give consent for piercings and tattoos. And
do you think a mom should have the
rhinoplasties.
right to remove the salivary glands of her child?
No. Are you for parental rights or not?
See, this is
every right has limits.
What is actually interesting, because what you're asking, we've actually talked in a great depth about on Timcast IRL. That
are you for parental rights or not? I just asked.
That question right there leads in two different.
This is how the left is going to win this argument. I am sorry, conservatives, but this is how the left is going to bend you over and fuck you every single time you say parental rights for me, but not for thee. People are allowed to fuck up their kids, and at some point you need to make and this is I'm talking just from a purely practical perspective. At some point you need to decide, are you more interested in saving your own kids, or are you more focused on owning the libs? Allow the libs to fuck up their kids. Just let them do it. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that I don't feel for those kids, I'm really not. But it is not your job to save everyone. And if you make the choice that you would rather own the libs than focus on protecting your own kids, then you get what you get. But I promise you, the left is going to use this against you every single chance they have. You cannot run around with Ben Shapiro for years saying rules for thee, but not for me, rules for thee, but not for me, and then turn around and do parental rights for me, but not for thee. It doesn't make sense. It's completely hypocritical. Focus on your own lives. Kino reviews. Happy 4th of July, Kino. I appreciate it. Guys, please mount that like button for me. If you have not mounted it already, you can mount it in whatever fashion you want, whatever feels right for you. You can do it hard. You can do it easy. You can do anywhere in between. But please do mount that like button for me. Let YouTube know that you would like other people to come and join us on this here stream.
directions, which is, again, we've addressed. If you watched the show, you'd have heard the statement we've made about it.
Well, I heard you 5 minutes ago say you were parental rights, and now you're saying you're not.
Where do parents' rights begin and where do they end is strictly a moral question based on the moral frameworks of an individual. If there is someone who goes to a doctor in, say, Saudi Arabia, and the doctor prescribes female circumcision, they're going to argue it's the parents' rights. We would argue
another
against
hypothetical. I'm talking about
but
reality.
these things literally do happen in other countries.
But it wouldn't be.
But I'm talking about this country, and I'm talking about parental rights.
A point, right? The point is the idea that parents have a right is limited to what our moral limits are. Meaning, if you morally are okay with a child sex change, then you're going to argue in favor of parents' rights. If I say you shouldn't be able to mandate vaccinations, you'd probably argue against the parents' right, right? Should a school be allowed to mandate vaccines for children?
Yes.
But what about the parents' rights? Are you for parents' rights?
Well, I'm for public health.
But you're not for parents' rights. You see, that question leads nowhere.
No, I mean, look, Tim, I've never made parental rights a plank of my own politics. I'm saying this within the context of what you just said 5 minutes ago.
And I'm explaining.
Yes.
Parental rights extends to my morality.
So, right. Your morality says that you think that trans children and parents, even if they agree with their child and the doctor is supervising this kind of transition, you're essentially saying that you don't believe that they should have the power and ability, and that the state should intervene. That sounds like big government to me.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if you know who I am.
Well, okay, then there you go. That the state should intervene because you don't believe that parents should, and their children, they're in agreement.
So at first, my position was, early on, if the doctors are prescribing it and it's the best thing they can do, I think we're looking at, in the past 4 years, about 50,000 or so cases of cross-sex hormones for kids. So be it. Then we started seeing like the Tavistock scandal. We saw Finland, Denmark, Sweden start pulling this. The research coming out showed that it was not particularly effective. And then we also had multiple studies showing that desistance rates for those who did not take who did not receive intervention was actually upwards of 95%. And then my position became, it probably is the appropriate thing for the legislature to say, we're not going to allow this anymore.
Okay. I just listed the American Journal of Pediatrics. That's incredibly reputable. Incredibly reputable. 94% of children continued care after age. Take a Netherlands study. This is Lancet. 98% continued hormone therapy and follow-up.
After what?
So you no, but the other one's a 5-year study. This is just a secondary
after
one.
what point?
Well, no. So this is the issue, right? Those studies were based upon whether a child was placed on puberty blockers or not. When a child is placed on puberty blockers, they tend not to desist. When a child is left alone, they tend to desist. So the issue is then if, according to 10 prospective follow-up studies from child and adolescents found desistance ranging from 61 to 90%, then the safety of the children would lean towards non-intervention.
Go ahead. You can, again, we should probably agree to look at these kinds of studies before we're going to pull them up for a debate, because what I'm pulling up and what I'm referencing is inherently reputable, and you can find any information that you want on the internet. I am with a majority of doctors on this front. That's
a broad statement. I don't know about that.
No. That is actually a fact. That is 100% a fact.
Well, I've seen this movie before. So what's happening is you're referencing detransition under a system where they wouldn't be put on puberty blockers necessarily, and then they would go through the cross-sex hormone. So everybody who would have desisted at the point of puberty, which is what you're referencing, is already excluded from her sample. So and I don't even think you would disagree with that once they're actually past the point of puberty, and they still think they're in the opposite body or whatever, and they go through the process, there's a very low detransition rate. But you're specifically talking about desistance.
Look,
and I remember this because this happened when you argue with the serfs.
This is what it boils down to. I'm not a moralist. I don't have the arrogance to believe.
Hang on, I got a super chat. That's more important. Let me see. Rottweiler, Tim rarely has people on that challenge him. That's why he falls every time with people who know the dialectic game and debating tactics more than him. She had switched topics so many times now. Well, yeah, but Tim also doesn't prepare. You can tell he doesn't prepare. He's relying on the preparation that he's doing in other ways, or like through his other videos or through his other show and stuff like that to prepare him for this. Whereas Emma has come in and specifically prepared to take Tim on these issues, and I agree with you too. I think that she's much smarter than the average person that Tim usually brings on this show, and so that's also causing Tim some problems.
That my personal preferences for how my life would be lived should be imposed on other people. I'm trying to make a argument for a case for, I'm trying to make a case for a broad set of policies that are going to make sure people are as happy as they can possibly be and can live their life to the fullest. So if you want to impose your morality on people, it sounds like fundamentalism. For me, I'm in favor of
a real argument.
But if most
I am having a real argument. You just said your morality
is
a
study.
Here's
a study that shows desistance rates up to 95%. Hold on. Desistance rates are shown up to 95% with non-intervention. So then we would lean towards non-intervention. And you said you're a fundamentalist. You didn't make an argument.
Earlier you talked about how your morality is what you want to dictate in terms of this policy.
Wait,
you see, this is what I was talking about with Sam.
Okay.
Right? The inability to grasp philosophical concepts. When I explained to you that you are opposed to parental rights because you're in favor of vaccine mandates, right? I don't think you can understand the.
Well, I will say that I do agree with Tim that Emma is being very inconsistent on the parental rights issue when it comes to the vaccine mandates, because that also should have been a parental rights issue. This is an issue where everyone needs to leave everyone else the fuck alone. Most of these problems would be solved if everyone left everyone else alone. Christopher, thank you for the super chat. The American Psychological Society and the AMA also fully endorse lobotomies for homosexual tendencies and depression. Never apologize, just stop endorsing it. I mean, I do not co-sign the APA at all, or the AMA. I think that both of them are totally woke and unreliable organizations at this point. So I wouldn't use them as credible sources, but I do appreciate the super chat.
Duality of the statement you're making. Are you in favor of parental rights can go in one of two moral directions? You do have a moral stance.
I wasn't talking about parental rights. I was using that as a way to talk about your statement on parental rights.
If you have a moral position on morality, public health, and you want to impose that, then you too would be a fundamentalist, and you've made a nonsensical statement. If you want to make an argument about why me using this data is incorrect, I'm all ears. If you want to tell me I'm a fundamentalist, I haven't seen
the data, so I can't.
Well, then don't make an argument about it if you don't know the data.
No, I do know the data. I use the American Journal of Pediatrics. I don't know the data that you just pulled up.
You did not look up desistance rates. You did not look up anything other than what fits your narrative.
Tim, what you just said is that you want your morality to dictate policy.
No, I didn't.
I want people to have freedom to do what they want.
That's just not true. I said that everyone's view on a question like parental rights is dictated by their morality. You do have one as well. People have a moral framework. You've told me that you're in favor of public health. That is a moral stance. So are you a fundamentalist? Do you want to impose your moral?
I talk about politics. I don't talk about things that are so abstract.
You're in favor of vaccine mandates or not?
Of course.
That's a moral position. Not a scientific one.
No, it is a public health position.
Well, it's sure. Your morality dictates that the government can impose a medication on people against their will.
Because I'm trying to create a society.
That's a moral question.
No, because I'm trying to
That's moral.
Sure, I think I am more moral.
But you just said you weren't. You said you were not a moralist.
No, I'm not. I am dealing in politics, and politics can create outcomes that are moral or immoral, and I'm dealing in the ones that I think will create the most
so you're a
best outcome. No. Moralism in the way that I was referencing it is one that falls back on notions of fundamentalism and imposing morality that is individual to you on the rest of society. I am talking about creating a society
that shows
creating a society that gives people the freedom that they
moralism.
No, that's politics.
You want to create a society that does a works towards a goal of your personal perspective.
What you are talking about is imposing your narrow set of ideas about how society should be, or
based on the scientific research I pulled up.
No.
I literally pulled a study.
No, you want to restrict people's ability to do what they want to do with their bodies. That's what you want to do.
Do you think that people should cut their hands off?
I don't deal in abstract, ridiculous hypotheticals because I deal in reality. I cover politics.
So you're in favor of female circumcision?
That doesn't happen in the United States.
How much do you want to bet? How much do you? No, you're wrong.
There are very small amounts. I am not in favor.
So you're in favor of it?
I wouldn't.
If you want to restrict what people do with their own children, you're against parental rights?
That's not the same thing Is a doctor?
You want to talk about Dearborn, Michigan? I've actually gone there and done the research. I've actually done the boots on the ground journalism in the school.
Bullshit,
okay?
Tim.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Shit.
Because female circumcision.
I'm sorry. Bullshit. Tim has done the boots on the ground journalism. I don't believe that for one fucking red second. And I might even agree with the point that Tim is about to make. But for Tim, I've done the boots on the ground journalism. But like bullshit, Tim.
Is a bad thing. We do not want these things to be happening. And even the parents were going to doctors to get it prescribed. There are limits. There's the famous story of the Kennedy. They got the Kennedy got it lobotomized because the doctors prescribed it. Just because there's current scientific research that leans one direction doesn't mean we move absolutely in one direction. What we have here is a very prominent set of studies, which we've referenced on the show numerous times, showing desistance rates for minors who do not receive intervention in terms of affirmation or gender sex change is upwards of 95%, in which case science dictates we do not intervene. If you want to take the 5% chance that we then intervene in these children's lives, and that can result in even one kid being harmed, that sounds like an immoral action.
Now, these are extremely specific hypotheticals that you are maximizing in this current instance. And I am interested in creating a society that is that is more, yes, moral, but it's based on outcomes, not just.
That's what I just pulled up. Like, I mean, I can read to you again.
Right, but pull up the American Pediatrics study.
But we're talking about.
Can I ask a hypothetical while you pull that up? If it is true that prescribing puberty blockers prevents people from hitting that point of puberty where they would decide, and largely they would decide to desist, right, when they hit the point of puberty, would you be in favor of removing that from the gender protocol? Because this only is talking about desistance at the point of puberty. So like what he's concerned about is that if you stop people from going through puberty, you stop the changes in their bodies and all that, and then they can't like rationally make that choice because they haven't hit that point in their development.
I don't have the kind of, I guess, arrogance, I would say.
I mean, I asked you a hypothetical, like hypothetically.
Right, but again, this is exactly what reactionary conservatives do.
You know, it's a red flag.
If you deal with hypotheticals, because when you actually deal with the practical reality and the outcomes that you're dealing with and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So as the right-wing conservative Destiny said recently when he was debating the left-wing pro-lifers, it is a definite red flag when somebody is unwilling completely to engage with the hypothetical. If you want to say why the hypothetical doesn't apply, that is totally fine.
No, because I want to talk
just
about
like say,
reality.
"Oh, it's a hypothetical. I can't talk about it," as if you don't know what a thought experiment is. It's kind of odd.
Look, I've asked you. We have here. I literally just pulled up detransition Wikipedia. We pulled up this study that shows that without intervention, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%.
And here I have general acceptance of standards of care. The overwhelming weight of medical authority supports treatment of transgender patients with GnRH agonists and cross-sex hormones in appropriate circumstances. Organizations who have formally recognized this include American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Family Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatric Association, dozens and
Remember
dozens
when doctors
of
said smoking was good for you? You're not citing science. You're citing government approval.
No, I'm not. I am citing
and that's fine.
What does the government have to do with it? These are medical organizations.
Okay, sure. Fair point. You're citing medical organizations, despite the fact that there have been numerous instances throughout history, in fact, basically all of them, where we've been like, hey, we were wrong about that. Like maybe we shouldn't drink mercury if you get syphilis. But what I'm referring to specifically is if there is no intervention of a trans child, desistance rates are from 61 to 98%, showing the majority of kids are better off not receiving.
No, look, I mean, you're on detransition Wikipedia. I just listed a list of dozens.
Again, he mentioned desistance, not detransition. This is like very important that we nail down what we're talking about.
Yeah, right. What I'm saying is, if you have a trans child or a child who is suffering from gender identity disorder or dysphoria, and you do nothing, there is a 61 to 98% chance they age out of it and grow up and are happy and fine.
That's made up.
It's literally right there. What are you talking about?
On Wikipedia.
At the point of puberty.
No, I pulled up the NIH and you said you can pull up anything. Yeah, so here you go. NIH.gov.
Tim.
Here you go.
Tim.
Are you happy?
Tim.
For Emma to say that's made up is bullshit. I'm sorry. And again, parents have the right to fuck up their kids. We might not like it, but it's reality. If Emma and or Tim just took the position of like parental rights for all, You get to decide what you do and what your values are. You get to decide what you do and your values are. You don't have to fucking agree. But to say that Tim made that up is patently ridiculous. I'm sorry.
NIH.
Deal with what I just said about the level of medical organizations. You're saying that they're all wrong and that you have some sort of like special knowledge
it's the
that
NIH,
you can supersede their expertise.
No, he's not. You're cherry picking American
and you're making the appeal to authority.
I just first of all, I just cited one from the Netherlands, but American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Child and
Appeal to authority. Keep doing it.
I mean,
but not even that.
But I'm not a medical authority, and neither are you. So why wouldn't you appeal to the authority?
Point to a study and say, "Wow, if this study is true, I'm opposed to this." Right.
But there's also all these European organizations that are getting rid of this specific practice that he's focusing on, which is the puberty blockers. And like, for some reason, they're not on your list.
No, we are properly assessing when intervention is appropriate here. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
But why would they suspend in these better healthcare systems in Europe? Why would they suspend this specific practice that we're arguing about?
I mean, you listed Sweden and Finland. They've just elected far-right governments, but
I mean,
but anyway, like again, this is what I'm interested in talking about in terms of politics. I want to create a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more on your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. I haven't seen much.
When you guys cherry pick stuff to talk about music
should talk
or
about
whatever,
ending child poverty. I mean, it's just funny. You should talk about ending child poverty.
But you could have talked about my position on universal healthcare any one of these times. You never do. Why? It's not going to get traffic for you.
Well, I mean, you don't clip anything about universal healthcare. You should focus more on it, and then we would focus on it.
Because like
what we try to do,
when are we going to be like, for no reason, let's just make a universal healthcare thing?
What we try to do in real time is correct right-wing lies, whether it's you or Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder. We do talk about abortion a lot.
Yeah.
We do.
What's my abortion position?
I'm not sure.
Why? You've not watched any of the 8,000 segments we've done on it?
I do know that you called that 10-year-old case a hoax, a political hoax.
The political maneuvers around it to change the law was a hoax.
Yeah,
sure. So, well, how do you not know my position on abortion? I mean, you watch the show. You watch at any point. You can see the arguments we have.
I don't have a ton of time to watch all
your
show.
You specifically covered his episode with the serfs where they talked about it in depth. So it's weird that you don't.
Well, reiterate your abortion position for me, and I'll respond to it. Okay. In what way?
I think Roe v. Wade was the right decision.
Okay.
I think that life should be mandated, should be protected under the Constitution at the federal level. And that it probably does make sense for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, but that means Congress needs to codify it.
Okay, but that's not going to happen, and that's because we don't have.
Well, that's a different question.
Because we need filibuster reform. So I'm not really interested in the process. I'm interested in outcomes as we get back to again the differences that we clearly have here. I don't really care who imposes the right to abortion in this country. I just care that
the entire point of the fucking Senate is that they need to be able to actually work together and be a lot more deliberative in their process. If you did filibuster reform, the Senate would be absolutely no different from the House at all. And the reason that Emma's calling for filibuster reform is because they want to get rid of the Electoral College. They don't want the Senate to be different than the House. The House and the Senate are two different chambers for a very specific reason. The Senate was supposed to be more deliberative and to be able to pump the brakes a little bit, to be able to really make sure that they're passing laws that are in the best interest of the American people, whereas the House is going to be entirely dictated by whichever party controls the chamber at any given time. Now, if you want to win, Emma, you need to get a 60-seat majority in the Senate, and that is just the way it goes. And if you can't do that, then you better be passing laws and bills that more than just your specific party can agree to, because that's the way the game is played.
We have a right to abortion in this country, and we don't.
Well, right. Yeah, I think at first when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I thought that it was probably good it would go to legislation, because the Supreme Court arbitrarily setting law is probably dangerous.
This is correct.
But however, since then, I've looked at it and said it's a 14th Amendment question, the right to life. And, looking back on that now and understanding Roe v. Wade actually was a pretty good decision. I think now at this point, you'd need some kind of codification. I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to go back on it, but that's a political conversation, not a personal perspective on abortion. So my view is pre-viability, it's individual discretion. Post-viability, it's probably going to require some kind of, depending on the circumstances.
Where do you draw the line of viability?
Can the baby survive on its own?
Okay. Well, 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, which is the first 12 weeks.
Yeah.
99% happen in the first 20 weeks. The rest that happen, the 1% that you're talking about, which is overrepresented constantly for fear-mongering purposes, is the 1% that happen when the life of the mother is in danger or there's a issue with the fetus.
Well, there's no question.
So there's no need to parse and draw arbitrary lines, because what that does is it essentially, especially with rape and incest exemptions, which you speak about, it makes it seem like...
I'm not in favor of incest exemptions.
Okay, the one that we spoke about earlier, okay? I'm not even speaking about your specific opinion about this. I'm talking generally about the notions of abortion. You can't have rape and incest exemptions because it takes so long to prove those cases that it would completely nullify the need for an abortion, because as the pregnancy is going along, you would be unable to perform the abortion in the time that it takes to prove that kind of stuff. So when that stuff is put into legislation, what it does is it waters down and makes the public seem like, oh, we're not so barbaric. That's why we should not be intervening in what doctors and patients are doing. I want people to be empowered over their own healthcare. Same thing with trans kids.
So you disagree with
same thing with abortion. Sorry?
Do you disagree with Roe v. Wade in that regard?
Well, no, I want there to be an abortion.
Would you prefer Roe v. Wade stood?
Of course.
So then you would be against abortion after a certain amount of time.
I mean, Roe v. Wade essentially created the viability standard, right?
So then you have a 14th Amendment question, whereas you would need some kind of government intervention post viability.
Yeah, I believe that doctors should be able to make these determinations, and it should not be. We should have a right to an abortion broadly, and doctors can make a decision.
To be clear,
real quick, I think you're in favor of the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
No, I'm not, because I would never want to overturn something to go backwards and then bring it up to the legislature where we have crazies and Republican nut jobs in the Senate, and there's a filibuster that doesn't provide us with the ability to codify it.
Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, you now have states like Colorado removing restrictions.
No. This is inaccurate. So Roe versus Wade protected at a constitutional level up to the second trimester for elective abortions, and then afterwards it was up to the states. So like,
okay, so it's even.
Colorado could.
Hang on. Carrie, no one has ever forced anyone to have an abortion in the history of like Roe v. Wade. You don't have to do anything. I'm sorry. This is one of the stupidest arguments that pro-lifers make. If you don't want to have an abortion, then don't fucking get one. But don't you fucking dare take that choice away from other people. This shit pisses me off more than anyone. It's like if abortion is legalized, you just can't control yourself then to have a fucking abortion. Why are you trying to take the choice away from other people? It is their choice. Let them live their lives. Stop being fucking authoritarians over everything. God, I may have had some feelings just then. Well, I don't apologize to Carrie. I'm absolutely right in what I said. I may apologize for my tone a little bit, but what I said is 100% correct.
Have extended this prior to. In fact, Andrew Cuomo did this before. So, like, just to clarify that.
Okay, never mind. I stand corrected. I thought that it was because I remember reading. What was the guy's name? He wrote about 14th Amendment kicks in upon viability. And then you have a constitutional right to life and all of these things. And there's questions around that. Colorado
may have passed that law in response to Roe versus Wade, but they weren't prohibited from doing so before. It's because Roe versus Wade says at this point, the states have no issue. It's a constitutional issue. And then in the third trimester, which is why Roe versus Wade constitutionally is a ridiculous decision. They're like, it's a states' rights issue because, the Constitution obviously delegates the trimesters in the 57th Amendment somewhere.
And again, Tim, like the reality is I don't like, you've been perfectly nice to me here. I don't really care about you personally. I care when you say things that are harmful and wrong, like the hoax statement about
that wasn't wrong. That was an opinion.
It was wrong. It was completely factually inaccurate.
It's not factually inaccurate.
You called it a hoax because you know that your audience is going to feed into it, and then you parse it later so you have plausible deniability about it.
But specifically, what I said was, and we talk about it in depth. I think the issue is just you don't watch the show. To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if like I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But I said, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. How about the fact that you called the
grooming event
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program? You called that baseball's flag
because you don't.
Well, I'll get into that in a second. Carrie, hang on. Sorry. Carrie, I'm very sorry to hear this. I really am. I'm sorry. I'm sure that's very traumatic. I know women who have lost their children very, very late in their pregnancy, and it was heartbreaking. But just because something traumatic has happened to you does not mean that you get to enforce your worldview and your values onto other people. I am very sorry for what happened to you. I really am. But this is the problem, is that we think in our society that if something works for us, then everyone needs to do that thing. Or if we have a certain set of values, then everyone needs to have that certain set of values. Or if we have certain experiences, then everyone needs to live life based on our experiences. And that's just not going to work. That's why I get upset about this. If you don't want to have an abortion, I completely get it, man. I really do. I am not in favor of this death cult shout your abortion thing. I have never personally had an abortion. I don't think I ever personally would have an abortion. But we have to allow for other people to do things differently, because that's the only way that society is going to be able to function.
I don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he did watch your show.
Like this is
so
like
you're saying he watched an episode?
Smear.
Sure, but do you understand?
Oh God, is this where
and he posted
that one? Who was that one guy who watched the Majority Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious, over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just generate clips that are nonsensical, or you're just really that stupid.
Oh man.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the Majority Report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows, feel free to do it. And I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can cry.
Afraid of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis?
Which Tim is 19 levels of fucking triggered right now. And the reason that Tim is 19 levels of triggered is that, and I'm about to make some people angry, Tim is very well aware that he attracts a deeply toxic minority in his audience. I am not suggesting that everyone who watches Tim Pool is toxic. I don't believe they are. I think that the vast majority of people who watch Tim Pool are just like normal people that are just looking for entertainment, and they like Tim's guests and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I have no problem with them. But Tim has a very vocal, extremely toxic alt-right segment in his audience, precisely because Tim has not adequately curated his audience, and it is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse all the time. And that is not to say that everyone in Tim's audience is toxic, because they are not. The vast majority of them are not toxic. But the reason that Tim is getting triggered is because he knows that there is just a nugget, a kernel of, I have lipstick on my fingers, a nugget, a kernel of truth to what Emma's saying. Now, do I think that Emma should be able to go in and be like, Tim, a neo-Nazi one time watched your show, and that means that all your audience are neo-Nazis? No, that's fucking stupid. That's stupid. But That's not why Tim is getting triggered. Tim is getting triggered because he knows that where Emma is going, there is a nugget of truth. And the fact of the matter is that during the whole Eliza Blue thing that happened a couple months ago, Tim Pool was quite literally canceled by his own audience. That very toxic segment that engages in this bullshit on the internet because they have nothing else to do with their sad, pathetic lives. And if Tim is feeling triggered about that, then Tim should do a better job of curating his audience. Matt Walsh says, I was a paying member, but his commenters are very racist and misogynistic, so I left. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. Like I said, I've said it a million times. I will never, ever, 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 ever go on his shows. You could not pay me money to go on his shows. And the reason is that I don't want to be called fat and ugly for 3 hours and have no one fucking listen to me. Like, it makes no sense at all. And that's exactly what would happen. And I know that has been demonstrated multiple times. And again, I'm not suggesting that's Tim Pool's entire audience. If you watch Tim Pool and you enjoy him, you should watch him and enjoy him and just like stay above the fray, man. I'm not saying that everyone fits that bill, but there is that very vocal toxic minority that does fit that bill. And that's just reality. Tom J. Sean made a great video on this topic, exposing TYT, proving Tim's point. Well, maybe we'll check that out another time, Tom J. Thank you for the super chat, as always.
It clearly doesn't, because this show is predominantly like moderate libertarian leaning types.
No, you say that you say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
so you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day, you said you thought it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
so you don't know what I said? Where did you hear that? Yes, I do.
I would listen to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
to react to what? Okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with, come
up with original thoughts.
It is my original thought.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yes.
You disagree with what? What? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
come on.
The claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, and there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted
I mean, I'm sorry, and it feels like they're about to get into a really big fight, and we'll watch that in a second. But I'm going to be honest. Tim Pool brings this on himself by saying civil war, 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 civil war. Like, I mean, I don't know if he's still doing that, but like back in the day, I used to watch Tim like in 2020. I haven't really watched him much since then, except when I'm doing stuff like this. But like, it was civil war all the damn time. And then it was my understanding that the reason that Lydia left the show was to go prepare for the goddamn civil war. It's like, if you say civil war, civil war, civil war, civil war, civil war over and over and over and over and over again, when it is blatantly obvious that there is not going to be a civil war. And the reason there's not going to be a civil war, I'm sorry, conservatives, is that conservatives are far too fucking lazy to ever consider that as an idea. Conservatives will not leave their lazy boy to go to a rally. They will not leave their house wearing a Make America Great Again hat. They will buy a Trump mug. I know this because I have a merch store. Conservatives will buy a mug with Donald Trump on it where they can enjoy in their own home and they can have their Trump mug in their own home. But will they buy a Trump t-shirt? Nope. because buying a t-shirt would mean they would wear it outside their house. Buying a piece of clothing would mean wearing it outside their house. So they won't do that, but they'll buy the mug and have it in their home. The only way that they wear Trump stuff outside their own house is if they're actually going to a Trump rally, which is the only rally that conservatives will actually go to. So don't tell me there's ever going to be a civil war, because I'm sorry, if you can't wear a red hat outside of your house, then you are not picking up a gun and going to war, people. And the fact that Tim tried to sell this to his audience for years, that's going to attract an extremist audience. And I'm going to be honest too, listen, and I say this as a libertarian, and I even say this as like I'm basically an anarchist at this point. Like, I don't think the government should exist at all. I think it does way more harm than good. There are a lot of extremists in the libertarian movement. There just are. And I don't use that word like lightly. And I'm not saying that everyone is that, because they're not that. I think the vast majority of libertarians are just like common sense people who are like, the world is effed up. The government is causing a lot of problems. Can we maybe try something different? Can we maybe try voluntary society? So I'm not saying that all libertarians are extremists, because they're not. I'm not even saying all anarchists are extremists, because I don't actually think they are. I think they're actually really reasonable people. However, there are a lot of crazy people in the liberty movement. There just are. And anyone who is involved with the liberty movement in any way knows exactly what I'm talking about. And those are exactly the types of people who are going to be attracted to Tim Pool going civil war, civil war, civil war, civil war, civil war. So don't tell me he's done nothing to cause this, because he has. I'm sorry. You need to take responsibility for your own audience. This is why I have a moderated chat on my channel. This is why I moderate the comments on my channel, because I don't want to attract that type of element. I don't want to give them a place to congregate. I never have. It caused a lot of problems for me when I started doing it, but I'm very happy with the outcome now, because my audience are actually like sane people that are hinged into reality. Tim could have done it. Tim could be paying people to do it. He's not doing it. Why? Because Tim Pool's priority is the biggest possible audience, so that he can make the most possible money. And that's perfectly fine. He's allowed to have that priority. I mean, it makes sense. Tim is running a business. It's the way it goes. But the fact of the matter is that when you are trying to build the biggest possible audience, inherent to that, you are going to appeal to toxic, insane people, and that's going to have consequences as well. So you have to decide, what is your priority? Is your priority having the biggest possible audience and making the most possible money? Or is your priority contributing to the dialogue in a way that is sane and grounded and hinged into reality and productive? You're allowed to have whatever values you want, but let's not pretend there's not truth to what Emma's saying. Now, I think Emma's being antagonistic because she wants clips. I absolutely agree with Tim on that. But the reason that Tim is so pissed off and triggered is because there is an element of truth to what Emma's saying. If Emma and I had this conversation, there is no way in this universe that Emma would be able to nail me on this, because when people are saying transphobic shit in my chat, I block them. When people are getting out of hand in my chat, I tell them to cut the shit, and I don't allow that here. And that's a choice that I made because I didn't want to appeal to that element. So there's no way in this world she would be able to nail me on that. So I wouldn't even be afraid of it at all. And if Emma tried to go, well, Carlin, one time a neo-Nazi watched her show, I would say, yes, Emma, you're correct. There was a time when there were actually many neo-Nazis watching my show, because there was a group of neo-Nazis that was brigading me and attacking me and doxing me for months. So you're correct. There was a time that neo-Nazis were watching my show, but they were hate watching my show because of the things that I was saying that were pissing them off so damn much. And I do not apologize. If there's one group of people I want to piss off on the internet, it's the fucking neo-Nazis. Anyway, Murphy's Pool. Happy 4th. Here's some Peroni money. No, I won't be using that on Peroni Murphy's Pool, but I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some
specific
guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer. And like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic.
Elijah Schaffer is absolutely appealing to very bad people at this point. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe it's because Elijah was on the show. And I say that having I have great endearment towards Elijah. I really do. I really do. But he has taken a turn for the worse, in my opinion.
Shooter. It's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that someone told you
him
to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
It is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose,
and it's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like, he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
there was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why
do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a qualitative
talk about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin
why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin Long?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
This is like low brow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, fun. How about you guys?
Well, they wouldn't get clicks by doing it if the average person didn't care, Tim. This is like Tim's audience is completely contradictory. The fact of the matter is I know I don't actually like watching Tim Pool, but I know for damn sure if I put Tim Pool's name in the title of a video, more people are going to watch it, even though I do far more important content on this channel that has nothing to do with Tim Pool. But the reason that every once in a while we do a Nitwits video is not only that it's fun, and I like being bitchy and catty sometimes, and that's just the way it goes, is because people want to watch this shit. To say that, do you think people want to watch Dave Rubin videos, but that's the only way you get the clicks? He's literally contradicting himself in the same sentence. The fact of the matter is that Emma and Sam have developed an audience that wants to see takedowns of Dave Rubin. I think that Dave Rubin is incredibly boring to do a takedown of, to be honest. I think that Dave Rubin's, and I don't mean this in any like I'm really trying not to insult. I'm not trying to insult him. I'm really not. But I do think a lot of Dave Rubin's positions are very milquetoast. It's like Dave Rubin is not an extremist on like either side. That's what I'm saying. So it's like doing a takedown video of Dave Rubin. It's like, you evil fucking centrist. Like it's like it's so meaningless. And so I think the idea of doing Dave Rubin takedown videos are stupid because Dave Rubin doesn't usually take interesting positions that are like worthy of like a massive takedown. However, for Tim to say the only reason you do those videos is for clicks, and then in the same sentence to say there's no audience for Dave Rubin videos, Tim, there would be no fucking clicks if there was no audience. I would love to live in a world where people only clicked on content that was important, because the most important content that exists on my channel is the least watched content on my channel by far. I would make so much more money if I just did Tim Pool takedown videos like every effing day of the week. I could literally stream snipes Tim Pool's show every single day and just do takedown video after takedown video after takedown video after takedown video. I would make so much more money because there are so many people on YouTube who want Tim Pool to get bitched at by, like, I guess a bitchy woman. Okay, whatever. But I don't do that because I actually try to focus on important content. But the sad reality is that the important content doesn't get the clicks, whereas the Tim Pool takedown videos do. So I would love for things to be different, but that's just the reality of the situation, and there is nothing wrong with taking advantage of that. I'm sorry. The fact of the matter is, if Sam and Emma want to have 137 Dave Rubin takedown videos because that's what gets them clicks, that is the game that we're all playing on YouTube, folks. That is the game. Rottweiler said, the only extreme position Dave Rubin has is the tremendous crush I don't fucking stand this at all. The tremendous crush he has on DeSantis. As someone who likes guys as much as gals, I can tell. I don't, well, okay, so I understand that Dave Rubin moved to Florida and had, like, this man crush on, like, Ron DeSantis because, like, Dave Rubin felt really stifled in California, and then he moved to Florida, and all of a sudden he was free, and oh my God, it was the great God Ron that gave him that freedom. But Ron DeSantis is so fucking awful. I hate that people like Dave Rubin and like Chris Rufo, who I love and adore Chris Rufo. And I think Chris Rufo is doing nothing but good work. I agree with him on so many things. Like the fact that they're supporting Ron DeSantis, it really, it pains me. It really does. There are so many better people. They could be supporting Vivek. Vivek is so much better than Ron DeSantis. It is unbelievable. But people are allowed to support who they support. They're allowed to like who they like, I guess. What's for us to say? Ron DeSantis is absolutely not going to win the Republican primary, so it's kind of going to be a moot point. But thank you for the super chat, Rottweiler. I appreciate it. Well, this is a good question. I wonder how Dave feels about that LGBT ad. You know?
Guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy. You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversation.
Tim, you're an hour and a half into this conversation, and you're getting triggered every time every time she brings up a point you don't like. You are a far bigger grifter than Sam Cedar and Emma, Tim. I'm sorry. That's just reality.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
Oh my God. That is such a bullshit statement. And I've had people say this to me. They're like, Carolyn, you just live in an echo chamber because you refuse to go on other people's shows. I'm like, why on earth? Why on earth would any of this be worth my time at all? So again, I'm on Team Emma because Tim is being such a douchebag on this show.
I'm sorry that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever covered
what upsets
the Gavin?
Me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images.
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like what you're doing is just trying to.
Tim's music is far worse than Nickelback's music. I'm sorry, I said it. Nickelback has a few good songs, man. I have yet to hear a Tim Pool song that is better than like How You Remind Me. How You Remind Me is a great effing song. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize. Tim has not done one song that is better than How You Remind Me.
Generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make lowbrow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is the one that's free.
For neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
The first hour of our program will usually have Social Security and Medicare
I can't remember that
like kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on,
I agree with
policy
this. Tom McDonald is
Latin America, that kind of thing.
Far superior.
Stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh no, that's funny. He was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch it.
Autumn, I would really like to go on Sam's show and discuss this with Sam and Emma, and I'm not even joking about that. I have so many feelings about the fact that I'm coming out on their side, even though I disagree with them on so many things. I don't know if that's actually a thing that he does because I don't watch his show, but if you can hook that up, I would 100. I know I was not on board with this idea originally, or Autumn, but like I would be on board with this idea. Although I'm like a nobody, so they probably don't even want me on. That's fine. Like no one wants me on their shows either, and I'm cool with that.
The clip, I just know that.
Yeah, he was hilarious. He first of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like,
Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him up. They were removing his role from the show.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and Gavin Long, who was the Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turks videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one.
Autumn is a mod for Sam Cedar. No joke. We caught her. We caught her accidentally when I was doing a Sam Cedar reaction stream. And she was saying some crazy shit in Sam's chat.
In particular, where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately. But they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos. They're available online. And he shot 4 cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone, big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in
New
York.
What about the guy in Dallas? Remember him?
That was a different shooter.
Sam, no, I'm sorry. Right. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standards are. Like, have you gone after the host of the Young Turks for that?
Clip farming. Is that what you're doing?
Awesome, Emma. That was fucking awesome.
Your demeanor changes before the show.
We have to go back and watch. I love the way Emma was just like, no. And again, like, I'm not a big fan of Emma, but like, I love the way Emma was like, I'm really sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to trigger you. Can we just watch that again, please? Hang on.
No, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone, big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in
What
New
about
York.
the guy in Dallas? Remember him?
That was a different shooter.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standards are. Like, have you gone after the host on the Young Turks for that one?
Clip farming. Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
That was fucking great. That
your
was
demeanor
great.
changes before the show to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, jeez.
Well, I
get it. You guys are going to make clips. You guys are lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to.
You want to talk about the merits of policy?
Tone, so maybe that calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy, or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah. So if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've like never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration?
So
like
salty.
he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, I'm going to step up because I'm the real one.
I've never heard of this. So
that's interesting that you never heard of that.
Well, so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do?
I might be underestimating. Because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
That is not correct.
Sure, so I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
I would have to look into it to make a smarter.
Do you feel bad that he was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Oh,
I don't know if she was there at the time. To be fair to you,
I don't think I was.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting, and even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence. In my opinion,
if you want to talk about the Young Turks, you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life, but. So he does this, but the Young Turks coverage of it called him just a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news.
I mean, I do hope that we can all agree that sovereign citizens are fucking insane. Can we at least agree on that? Whether you're right-wing, left-wing, libertarian wing, authoritarian wing, I don't care. Can we all agree that sovereign citizens are like certifiable?
News organizations, specifically left-wing.
I'll do a semi segue, and I'll talk about what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance. Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking, but it's not something you see in any of these quote unquote left wing media sources for like no reason. I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe that Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo. And so I played the video for him. So what's troublesome is,
what are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden specifically.
Right. But I'm not surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
Well, it's funny you call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially had, or not the Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now.
Hang on, I want to clarify. I will not have a debate with anyone. I don't care about debating at all. I would absolutely have a discussion though. If they want to talk to me about like, Carlin, why did you leave the left and like go on this thing where you ultimately ended up being an anarchist where you think everyone is crazy, and like debating different views and why, like, and actually having a discussion about like why I have the views I do, or like about different issues, but it's a discussion, not a debate, because I don't care about debating. I would absolutely do that. I really would. But I'm not going to have a debate. I don't care enough to have a debate, because like no one ever gets convinced in a debate. But I would have a discussion. I think that like I was opposed to this idea when Autumn first started bugging me about it, but like I've kind of come around to the idea simply because I really did watch Sam Seder like every effing day religiously for years, and I really liked him. So I think it would be interesting. Anyway.
Is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
but why are you defending Joe Biden like that?
No,
like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well, I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID. But he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't. But I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive. Like,
so I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it, but I mean, Joe Biden, this is what I was talking about with Hunter Avalon. Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from
No, this was stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
Okay.
That the vice president has not the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
But you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loans.
Though. No, it's not.
It's actually
this is weird. No, defending. I mean, it is.
He might. So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
"Well, they impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard." So it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But like, you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber.
I've read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
I'm mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
Look, honest question: like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
The
Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay. Are you familiar with like U.S. intelligence policy 2009 Syria?
Is there anything else interesting
and how this
that
relates
happens in
to
the show?
Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Remember?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think the investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean,
look
like,
into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of special counsel investigation outside of the political process where it's not a Republican witch hunt, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think that the quid pro quo is not illegal. You think
it's not. It was stated European policy by the government. And you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation.
Well, this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo, whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo, right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
But if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12.
Presumably, it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do.
What was Biden getting in return?
Right. Okay. So I'll tell you. First, the Viktor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment doesn't necessarily...
And Shokin was not investigating Burisma.
He was.
But it was not.
Yeah. Okay, dude, look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively, he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Mykola Zlochevsky.
You're misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations, upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine. After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but what was the quid pro quo? What was Biden getting in return?
They presumably they would stop investigating Burisma,
no, that's not it. The quid pro quo is fire the prosecutor or I will withhold aid. Okay, you can say it was.
That's not proven.
But she's asking. No. He did say that, but she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
it doesn't matter.
Where's the benefit for Biden?
But yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal point
Trump's
real quick?
Impeachment was not illegal either because what was his intent?
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this, like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden was.
He sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
No, they don't.
We have separations of powers.
The president
in this country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign diplomats.
Not for aid.
No, they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president. Wars are declared by Congress.
Huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the authority.
It was the argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in a quid pro quo because it was the policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right. But the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a bribe via Hunter Biden. And there has been
Joe and Hunter.
Right. But there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently. Right now, I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine, I guess.
But she's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there. That final third is how he benefited.
Biden was not in opposition to congressional policy,
but that's what
and
she's
Trump was.
talking about.
I'm talking about
Trump
Joe Biden threatening
difference.
to withhold loan guarantees goes against. It's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying like there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here, this is where I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even like understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening. He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But like,
I don't really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example of I don't understand why like there's like a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
It was the it's not tribal. It was U.S. policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are going to go in circles on this, but why
I have to pull it up, but like, because we covered this a long time ago, I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing. But my point was simply that, like, having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different.
But I don't
ways.
understand why you're saying there was no investigation. Like, you're just making that up.
They're in the middle of an investigation.
No. Michael Zlochevsky had 12 to 14 open investigations, and I'm sorry, Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky and Burisma.
Okay.
But I don't know why you're like, no, that's not true. Or like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple of years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled up, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not, like, they wanted someone else to do it.
I feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty succinctly. Trump was in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in a quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently, the argument is that, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that one's kind of obvious, as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So there's a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company. And the so-called left is like, but it's fine. Like, what is going on? No. I don't understand how the left became pro-war, pro-mandate, pro-big pharma. Like government should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm against government corruption. The idea that these vaccine mandates, what about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma, pro-no bid, no.
I'm pro-public health.
So you're in favor of no bid, no liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals?
No, I was literally just said earlier in the program that I wanted the state to own it, since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
Right. So who gets the money?
The big pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country and be manufacturing it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the $1 billion production contracts to big pharma.
But that is what we live in, unfortunately, right now. And we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's not left.
No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate, that is excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this, because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public, since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare, so none of the things that you're talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're closer to DeSantis on vaccine policy.
Probably neither. I don't know how it as applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that Operation Warp Speed did?
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No, there's not.
What do you mean?
The vaccines were highly effective.
What does that mean?
Originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
I'm saying, like,
but vaccines were immensely effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Not
so
the Johnson
what I mean more
Johnson
so
one.
is like the Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon preventing the spread, which it didn't do. Right.
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon
Yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
It didn't.
Yes, it did.
Oh my God, here we go. Allotrope, ignorant Australian here. Are there any non-capitalist reasons to keep the American healthcare system the way it is? What am I missing? I mean, I don't believe that... Okay, so my personal opinion on healthcare is that I do believe that we need to find a way to bring costs down for people. I'm not fully... I struggle with this. Because fundamentally, I think that government always causes more harm than good. And so ultimately, like in my ideal scenario, I'm an anarchist, like for real. However, I also have to live in like the realm of reality in which we do have a government. And so while we have a government, like we should try to find ways to be productive about the situation. I'm not entirely convinced that in our current reality, the free market is going to be effective in bringing down healthcare costs. I'm not, and to be really frank, I'm not in favor of that. I'm also not in favor of universal healthcare because I don't think that people should be responsible for paying for other people's bad life choices, essentially. I think it is just completely unaffordable. I think it's completely unrealistic. I think there has to be another solution that maybe we haven't even thought of yet because everyone's just bickering and tribalist all the time, where there must be a way to bring down healthcare costs while still not having some sort of like universal healthcare program where I have to pay for people. And I say this as someone who's like, I'm not necessarily like, I lost my thought. I was going to say something. It's probably the beer, but I understand the appeal of universal healthcare, but like, I don't want to pay for people. Okay, so here's what I was going to say. I'm not like running to the gym every day or anything. I think that's pretty clear. But like, I don't want to pay for people that are like over 600 pounds purely based on their own like actions. And then I have to be responsible for all their medical care. That doesn't seem fair to me either. So there's got to be a solution. I don't know what the solution is. I wish we could have more rational conversations about it. But that's all I have for right now. Thank you for the super chat, Allotrope. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, part of the issue was that in red states there was no ability to actually.
May have prevented death, but I think wasn't it like
there was no
actually stop
mass
spread?
Mandates were immediately done away with in red states. They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data after data after data set. And then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Yeah, nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already one of the most contagious viruses, and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well, it helped with both transmissions and severity. That's a fact. The mRNA vaccines did.
Well, but I don't want to deviate too much. We're talking about
and it slowed spread, particularly with the wild type.
Pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like, instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it was like 4 big companies, just do it, would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized. And that can be done. We just have to do it.
Talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop this vaccine, whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something like that?
I don't remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is preventing death in a global pandemic?
Well, like, are you in favor of the war in Ukraine? I'm sorry,
what does that mean?
I'll rephrase. Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100 and 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons. So I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved.
And he also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure.
We should not be involved in the war in Ukraine. And I say that as someone who literally, my brother-in-law is literally in the Ukrainian army right now on the front lines. And I will still say we should not be involved in the war in Ukraine, even though I think what Russia did is bullshit. But I'm sorry, this is between Russia and Ukraine. We should not be involved. We should not be engaging. We are engaging right now in a proxy war with Russia. That is what's going on. Abolish NATO, motherfuckers. We shouldn't be involved. And my husband's family's house has literally been like hit by like missiles and shit. Like they've had damage to their house because of like missiles that have been fired indiscriminately into their city. We should not be involved. There is a bigger picture in all of this. This is a proxy war with Russia. It's all it is.
For like 100%, then it happened the next day.
But my position has always been 99% non-intervention. Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
Okay.
And the left has become pro-intervention, moving.
But we're not.
Right.
But Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same thing.
Talk about Kuwait and Iraq and.
You want to talk about that? I'm in favor. I mean, look, we were the equivalent of Russia in the case of Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under illegal
what I'm saying is like this just
and we killed and decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the US
If the left
empire.
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war, then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying to defend itself.
Right. So you're anti-war, you oppose war.
Yes.
But you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
Do you believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding the Ukrainians?
I do believe so, because they're defending themselves.
Who gets that money?
The military.
But
they're defending themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin.
Totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of that.
I mean, look, if
you're to the right of me on
if
that
you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
yes, it is.
A lot of people around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean, and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine. These are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
life. You are
life
to the right
themselves.
of me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military. We fund the Iron Dome.
Literally saying,
we fund their military-industrial complex.
Anything enough about it?
Then if it's your principle and you're anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut funding for Israeli defense right now.
Yes,
I said
Emma is correct. I'm sorry. Emma is absolutely correct. We should absolutely not be fucking funding Israel. But to be very clear, we shouldn't be funding Palestine either. I don't want anyone saying I'm an anti-Semite. I am opposed to all of this funding. I'm opposed to all of it. We should absolutely not be funding Israel. Emma is correct. We should not be funding Palestine either. We shouldn't be funding Ukraine. We shouldn't be funding any of this shit. And if you are truly anti-war, you should have no problem saying any of it. Non-intervention is non-intervention. It is not our effing problem.
I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine, in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far left as possible on the question of imperialism. It means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have those contracts is messed up. I think the United States, I think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that. That empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well, there's always going to be a weapons industry, and there's always going to be. It should be severely cut into. But the United States, by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearize.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. It would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me. That being said, my point on this one was specifically, I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it. And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, when I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s, I thought that it was the left position to oppose military expansion, military industrial complex. But today it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporters saying no war.
No, because they're in favor of Russian imperialism.
No, fuck you, Emma. Fuck you. I am not in favor of Russian imperialism at all, nor am I a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. But like the issue is that we are in a proxy war with Russia, and we should not be sinking billions of dollars into it because it wasn't our fight to begin with. Now, what I will say in Emma's defense is that the whole conservative thing about opposing Ukraine and shitting on anyone that supported Ukraine early on in the Ukraine war was absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. I am literally married to a Ukrainian. I put a Ukraine flag in my Twitter profile, and I don't regret that, but I got shit on constantly for having a fucking icon in my Twitter profile because I am married to a Ukrainian and my brother-in-law is quite literally in the Ukrainian army on the front lines right now. So don't tell me I'm in favor of Russian fucking imperialism, but all of that bullshit with conservatives being pro-Russia, 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 just because the media was so pro-Ukraine, 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 it was just as bad. Everyone was wrong in this. And that's why the policy should have been stay the fuck out of it from the very beginning.
You're again flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking about any of that.
We said that we were going to defend them if they do denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm more pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you, is that I'm in favor of broad denuclearization. And I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage in making nuclear power.
How does that make you more than me?
In nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go. But I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
Maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a libertarian thing.
I mean,
libertarian versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously I can composite a scenario where you would support an intervention. If you gave me time to
that's why I say 99%, because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that
devise a scenario
Vladimir Putin,
which I would approve,
he's live streaming himself about to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about that.
But there's something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union had the third largest nuclear weapon stockpile.
That's right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation in other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that position. It makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though. Right. So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with someone in my family cut a deal with someone else. And then
let's see, we got a super chat coming in from Stephen B. Let me see. Hang on. Takes a minute here. There we go. Am I wrong? Russia moved on Ukraine because U.S. government pushed NATO to Russia's border through Ukraine. Basically. That's basically what happened is when NATO was originally established, they said, we're not going to have any more than these countries. And then, oh, lo and behold, they kept expanding NATO, expanding NATO, expanding NATO, expanding NATO, expanding NATO. And then Ukraine wanted to join NATO. And that's a really effing bad idea. There's also the issue of the Donbass, which is this region in eastern Ukraine, which is very ethnically Russian, because in Ukraine there are a lot of ethnic Russians. My husband's family is ethnically Russian. They come from the southeast, and so there's a region in Ukraine that is very ethnically Russian that wanted to actually leave Ukraine and become a part of Russia, and that's been a constant area of dispute for a while. And so that's a factor in it as well, but I think it's more NATO. What if China invaded Australia? Allotrope, I love you. I really do. I would really sincerely hate for China to invade Australia. And yet still, if China invaded Australia, my position would be the US needs to stay the F out of it. I am sorry. I really am. I do adore you. It would suck. It's listen, man, I'm not unsympathetic. Like I said, my husband's family's house has literally been damaged because of missiles that Russia is indiscriminately firing into cities. I'm not unsympathetic to this. It sucks. It's really bad all around. But the fact is that once we get involved, it all really goes to hell there. But like I said, yeah, I'm the most consistent bitch on this platform. I don't think we should be involved in Russia, Ukraine. I don't think we should be involved if China invades Australia or, God forbid, Taiwan. I don't think we should be involved in any of it. Well, I haven't really been knitting. It is sitting right here, Swami Mommy. I haven't really been knitting. I made a t-shirt earlier, but I've been slacking on the knitting. It's true. All right, guys, we got about 21 more minutes left of this stream, and then I've got a couple reaction videos I want to watch just to see how people kind of responded to this, particularly Sam. But thanks for hanging with me. Happy 4th of July. If you're here, I don't know why you're here. You should probably be out watching fireworks instead of watching YouTube. I hear fireworks going off in my town right now. But happy 4th of July, everyone. Please mount that like button for me. We're doing kind of a special kind of Nitwits chill stream today. I'm just drinking some beers. I hope you guys have some beers. I hope you've had a great day off. Great 4th of July. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. for my regular stream, but please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you want to be, make sure you have notifications turned on, mount that like button, all the things. Let's wrap this stream up so we can look at some reactions.
And 30 years later, they walk up and say, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you're going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad. I'm sorry. Governments change, policies change. And the idea that because 30 years ago, someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting.
Hang on, got a super chat from Rottweiler. How dare you? However else will Liz Cheney pay for her stuff? Think of the poor Warhawks. I know, Liz Cheney is always, of course, on the top of my mind. Thank you, Rottweiler. I appreciate it.
This country did not agree to that. No, it's fine.
So what does that say to people who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And
yeah, I don't like the idea of America
necessarily
being this, like, world superpower.
Like,
I agree. My view is probably different from you in that regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%. You want to talk unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons. The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me. Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States, to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow up some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
But I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now, because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he didn't like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
Right. That's exactly right.
I understand that position, but if we don't want Saudi Arabia to nuclearize, we don't want Iran to nuclearize, and we're like, hey, like, like, we got you, like, don't nuclearize. We're going to try to, like, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine. And then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we making those promises?
Because that's the nature of a treaty.
No, the idea is
how could any treaty exist, Tim, if people had your position and just said, yeah, fuck it.
People,
so that's anti-diplomacy, and that's pro-war.
Any treaty, oh, come on. Me literally being like, we shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being anti-diplomacy is
we can make a treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa, and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think at any point ever the U.S. should have been making these promises. And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, I'm sure every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on the behalf of some other country.
No, it's not.
There are limitations. Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea. People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, well, we got a lot of troops there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today. But the issue is, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks.
Well, a no-fly zone is a de facto declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States...
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way, that the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would be catastrophic, potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
Agreed. Fair point. I think my position is more so just, this is a Russian border dispute over the Donbass region. The U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
It's not just over the Donbass,
sure.
Tim.
I'm talking about the specifics of why they're doing it.
Not just over the Donbass.
They invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea.
NATO.
Why do they want the land bridge into Crimea? Because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive boost to their economy, and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately got their troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, it's our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then finally, when Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea, they said, we're taking the Donbass. And this is where we are.
It's a territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Because we made a promise
I think we should not have made. And
so you think that they should not have gotten rid of their nuclear stockpile? You think they should, because that was what the treat was based on?
Oh, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they would.
A lot of things.
That's the reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression, because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power. And this is because the geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds of years. So Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately, in the first opportunity, joins NATO, because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where two strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
No, this is false.
There's never an agreement.
This is a misinterpretation that is often inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by.
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I mean, I think they're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. I mean, what does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but like when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Like, past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization with any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of Russia. Like, they're not going to want to negotiate with us. So it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die in order to set things right. And I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the third world war.
I mean, you could agree or disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, wow, that was bad, that was horrible. And it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And then
weren't they shelling the capital? Was it not beyond the Donbass region?
Yes, it was beyond the Donbass.
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
No. Tim is so fucking wrong. He really thinks they were just in the Donbass? No. Bad, Tim. Bad. Oh shit! I just totally fucked that up. Where the fuck was I?
The Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Where was I? Oh my god, does anyone know what time code I was at? Oh no! Where did Tim say? Okay, South Korea, blah, blah, blah.
And if people had your position and just said, yeah,
sorry, my bad.
People,
so that's anti-diplomacy and that's pro-war.
Oh, come on. Me literally being like, we shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that we can make a treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa, and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues.
Thank you, Eric.
I don't think.
That's what I thought. I was not sure, though. Healthcare, socialized healthcare, Medicare for all, blah, 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 blah. Oh, here it is.
And we would have been like, wow, that was bad, that was horrible. And it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And
but weren't they shelling the capital? Was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
No.
No, they were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over the country.
I mean, let's be real. Russia claims the
points for Emma for pronouncing Kyiv correctly. But yeah, and I know they were not just shelling the Donbass, because they were literally shelling my fucking husband's family's like town. And they're not in the Donbass.
Whole territory of the Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of them. So like they may be saying there's ethnic Russians right now.
Some connections here. There we go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Should we go to war with China?
No,
absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
We're not in war with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure.
Emma, that is the stupidest thing that you've said. I'm getting fiery now because I've had a couple beers. That is the stupidest thing you've said in this entire show, Emma. We are in a proxy war with Russia. That is what the war in Ukraine is. To say that we are not in a war with Russia is incredibly naive, Emma. You're smarter than this. I've seen you be smarter than this. Even though we disagree on a lot of issues, I know you are smarter than this. That is retarded to say that we are not in a war with Russia.
Or that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration has been a bit more disciplined, and I'm happy, than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when the initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the majority report as an incredibly dangerous notion. So
she wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
Sure. I mean, that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing, because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I want countries to feel like we would go to war, because I like deterrence as a policy. So, like,
I hear it. It's tough because it's not working. And that's why I'm at the, my view is strengthen this country. Shore up our defenses, focus on empowering our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
I'm not Medicare, medical care in some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
I don't. That's a specific thing. I call it
public option. How about that?
I call it universal basic health care.
What does that mean?
We provide basic health care to all people.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies of it, I could ask you the same question. I'm saying that
through taxation.
The average,
for me,
I
creating a socialized healthcare system.
But I don't know if I would call it a socialized healthcare system. Probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it. Okay. I'm saying, like,
how else do you raise money then to have like a?
I'm not saying not taxes. I'm saying like, if my limit is usually like if someone's got some like rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, like, we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic. There was a story about a kid in, like, I think it was Louisiana, who had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million, and the family demanded the state cover it. The state said, we can't afford to cover it. And
but why do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of costs in this country?
Well, for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend half of what we do. And they have socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality. Canada
didn't Trump
too.
do the thing with like cheaper insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to, like,
the insulin was a part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out, like, those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive. And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics, because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics. In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks, and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples to apples comparison.
I think that doctors would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just
they're just measuring different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect.
But how about the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem. I think this has to do with third-party payers.
Healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree. I got a kidney stone, and my bill was like 40 grand.
So I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was between jobs, I left Vice, and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to get, like, to move my stuff, and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden, I'm like, what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis at first.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital for, I think, like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill, and I'm like, holy crap. So I call, and I was like, I just left my job, and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And they emailed me the new bill, and it was 4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on there a minute. What happened? Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that I went to the hospital for 2 days and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They're trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis, and they're like, you may need to have get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, we're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to have a baby. So
oh yeah, apparently
that's apparently it's the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and raise it to be your own?
No. But the point is, all they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis and then told me to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, it was like 40 grand. And I'm like, now, wait a minute. Like, I can understand.
But if that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany, like, nothing. Or Italy, you would go
like
in.
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said 4 grand.
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too. Yeah. They're all a part of a sick system that needs to be dismantled and nationalized.
I get the pun there, sick system.
That was not even intentional.
Yeah, the whole system is broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think, like, I see these stories. There was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30. There was a horrible story of that guy who was diabetic, and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin, and he dies. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, I'll give him the money. Like, I can give him the money. I will gladly. So the challenge, I suppose, is if we do increase taxes to pay for this, do we really trust the system to not be corrupt and just steal it?
Well, I do, because I think that there are models in Canada, in the UK, in Germany.
Yeah, but the
France.
United States has prison systems the way it is with our tax money too. You know what I mean? Like, if we can clean the corruption up, I'm on board for a lot. I think that's the question.
All right. Well, then there's something we can work on there, Tim.
Yeah, I think like a lot of the conversations I have about taxes, people will be like, I oppose taxes because look what the government does with it. And I'm like, so you oppose corruption? You know what I mean? Like, if you were told that you were getting a really sweet deal at discount price,
taxes.
you wouldn't be complaining about it.
I oppose
when you're
taxes.
told that they take your money and go blow
up kids. I oppose
kids.
taxes. I oppose people taking my money without me agreeing to pay it, Tim. I oppose me being threatened with being put in jail or having more of my fucking money stolen when I didn't agree to pay it in the first place. That's what I disagree with. Now, if the government came up with some sort of plan and said, listen, here are some different funds you can donate to voluntarily with your money, and here is exactly how we're going to use that money, and here is what and we're going to do regular reports so that you know that we're accountable to you, kind of like, I don't know, a fucking nonprofit. I would be on board with that in a heartbeat. Like, there are things that I would contribute to. Is okay, I understand, like, fire department's generally a good thing. I'll throw in a couple bucks for the fire department to make sure that that's like funded and stuff like that. And I think most normal people would do that. But like, why am I paying for the public schools when I don't use the public schools? Why? And I don't support the public schools, and I think the public schools are garbage. I don't want to pay for that. No. And so no, that my problem with taxes is not the corruption in the government. My problem is that the government will quite literally put me in a fucking cage if I don't allow them to steal money from me that I never agreed to pay in the first place.
Kids with it and then, beat prisoners or whatever nonsense, I can understand why you're upset. The concept of taxes doesn't bother me. The concept of the government not being held accountable and corruption emerging from it bothers me. And like, our tax dollars, not even our tax dollars, but printing money and giving it to massive pharmaceutical companies or war, then I'm just like, now I can understand why, someone can come out and say taxation is theft. I disagree. But I understand their point. And I'm kind of just like, it's really hard to argue.
You are not a libertarian then, Tim, and you should really stop pretending that you have a libertarian audience, because if you're going to come on here and say taxation, some people say taxation is theft, and I don't agree with that. Don't fucking front for 1 second that your audience is libertarian. Your audience are conservatives, Tim. And many of them are conservatives who believe they are libertarians because they have some sense that they don't want their individual liberties taken away. But if you can honestly sit there on your show and say, I don't really think that taxation is theft, I promise you I promise you, Tim, you do not have a libertarian audience if you are honestly saying that taxation is not theft. That's like libertarian 101, and we should all be honest about this. Your audience are conservatives. That is who you're pandering to. Allotrope, those medical bill figures make Australians look at the USA with disgust. Add in school shootings, the USA looks like a weird failed state to us. Well, Allotrope, you guys had concentration camps during COVID, so I wouldn't be so smug about Australia. You guys were restricting people to their houses. You guys were restricting people where they couldn't leave their provinces. Australia has quite literal concentration camps. So I wouldn't be too judgmental about our bullshit, because you got your own bullshit as well, buddy. I'm just saying, I appreciate you, I really do, but let's not pretend that you guys are perfect.
Do against someone who says that when we know that a lot of evil people are stealing our money for evil things. Like, how do you clean that up? I think you clean that up, and most people are going to be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
If you were spending $50 a month on Netflix and you knew that
what I am telling you is that I have been deeply embedded in like the liberty community for over 2 years now, and I promise you, there are not real libertarians who are watching people who say, some people say taxation is theft, but I don't agree. The real libertarians do not watch this bullshit. They watch people who say taxation is theft. Taxation is theft. Again, this is not like this is libertarian 101. If you don't believe that taxation is theft, you do not have a libertarian audience. I am sorry. We can pretend all we want. You guys can wish upon a star that you were libertarians, but I'm sorry, you're not. Like, there is a difference between real libertarians and conservatives who believe they're libertarian because they watch Styx Hexenhammer, who, by the way, I've had multiple run-ins with Styx Hexenhammer's audience. Styx Hexenhammer's audience are conservatives who believe they're libertarians. Maybe there are some libertarians thrown in, but they're mostly conservatives who believe they're libertarians, which is basically code for people who don't really understand what libertarian means.
Only, like $40 is going to some random guy to go beat dogs, you'd be like, I'm not gonna give Netflix any money anymore.
Well, how do those dogs look?
That's right. It's like, are they foreign dogs? Like, yeah. So I take issues with that, and I'm kind of like, if you knew that you were contributing to a system that was using your money as efficiently as possible.
I don't know that much about Luke, to be honest with you, other than he friended me on Facebook a while back, but I really have no idea why. But I will say this, when the libertarians in New Hampshire needed help getting information to Tim, Luke was nowhere to be found. And it's not that people didn't have his contact. It's not that people didn't reach out to him. Multiple people reached out to him in the midterm, like right before the midterms last year, when we needed to get footage to Tim for him to actually report on something and do his fucking job for once in his life. And there were several of us that reached out to Luke directly, and Luke did nothing. So far as I'm concerned right now, I mean, I know he was at PorcFest this year. I know some of my community members met him at PorcFest this year, but I truly don't know that much about him. And I know that when the libertarians in New Hampshire needed his help, he was nowhere to be found. And so, as of right now, I don't have a positive impression. Now, he was under no obligation to help. That's true. But I don't know either way, I guess.
You'd be like, I'm okay. I'm getting some good from it for some reason. Like, no, a lot of people on the right, they don't want to defund the cops, right? But the cops have a lot of broken issues within their systems that need to be fixed as well. And I think just saying like the extremes of defund the police or just not, don't really get to the problem of there's something wrong in the justice system as a whole.
Yeah, I would say I think societies are more comfortable with taxes when they have higher social trust, but I will say there is something to the fact beyond corruption that nobody's ever going to be as careful spending your money as you. So like there is something that's just going to be inherently wasted when you transfer it to bureaucrats when it's not their money.
So here's the funny thing. We'll start to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Comment.
I drank too much coffee. I got to run to the restroom.
All right.
This is true.
We'll wrap up.
I'm
I'm not your buddy guy saying, why are we listening to three lefties debate politics? Where is the right-wing representation?
Hey, man, I don't know what show you're watching here.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's the like, I guess the final thought I'll say on this is that I think for shows like yours, you exist on a political space where you assume everybody to your right is right-wing, even moderates and centrists and liberals.
I think I know some moderates, and their politics are definitely to the left of yours. And I have a lot of Republican friends too. And I debate these issues with them on a regular basis.
You have no Republican friends.
Your politics is a lot closer to theirs, to be honest. You are based on what I've heard.
I mean, it's weird to say that conservatives would be.
Tim, just prove me wrong. Like, talk about socialized healthcare all the time on your show, and I'll be looking for it now.
It's crazy too. Like the abortion thing, we talk about a lot, like ad nauseum. But it's weird because in this culture war, the tribal left, whatever you want to call it, I'm not saying all leftists, but the tribal commentary left is like I'll give you an example. The Young Turks did a video where they called me ugly because I talked about attraction privilege. I don't know how you call it, beauty privilege or whatever. And I was talking about how conservatives are more likely to be attractive because it's easier to go through life as an attractive person. Thus, you're given benefits that you associate to your abilities instead of society, resulting in a conservative worldview. And those who are less attractive have it harder, resulting in a collectivist worldview. And instead of just like telling me I was wrong,
I think that's actually a really interesting point.
Well, I mean, do you have statistics to back up your but who decides who's ugly and who's unattractive?
So they did studies where they would show images of people to men and women and ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, then create a curve of attraction. And those people that they showed pictures of, they had interviewed them on their political leanings and found a correlation between attraction and political leaning. I'm sorry, beauty, perceived beauty and political leanings. But this is like not even controversial among the left. This is privilege, right?
Hey, if we're on the right side of things and we're uglier, I'm totally fine with that.
But so what happens is you go through life and you're ugly. People are meaner to you. They're less interested in you. You have a harder time of things. You're going to lean towards collectivist approaches to things, like we need to work together to fix these problems. But if you're attractive and people are nice to you all the time, it's like that 30 Rock episode, The Bubble, where
I love 30 Rock.
What was that guy's? That John Hamm. It's like everyone's super nice to him.
Yeah.
He thought he was really good at everything, but he was just attractive. But like my point is not to talk about that. My point is to just insult me instead of address the issue.
I disagree with the ad hominem, but it's not me. So,
well, anyway, I think we should wrap it up because we're a little bit long. Do you guys want to say anything before we finish?
Well, it got a little heated, but I appreciate you having me on, Tim, for sure. And I know you don't want to have Sam on, but I hope you reconsider. I think it could be a good discussion.
Yeah, there's. I will say it with absolute conviction. There's a lot of people who have blacklisted that guy from various shows, and he knows it.
Yeah,
and he's talked about it.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
But he needs to stop saying it's because they're scared of him. It's because he's a dick.
I think he might be both. It might be both.
No one's scared of him.
All right.
Like it's not my business to bring up other podcasts and networks in general. But like I've even had people ask me and I'm like, well, I don't know. Look, man, we're willing to have people on the show. And then they'll highlight something he did and they're like, that crossed the line. And I'm like, all right,
Right. Well, if it's about free flow.
So Tim is allowing other people's opinions to make his decision for him. I mean, that seems a little bit ridiculous, but okay.
And he said he was going to kill somebody.
I don't think so.
Was it Patrick David?
Oh, come on.
I could be wrong about this, but I probably should.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong about this.
Are you shitting me? Tim, you're letting internet gossip that is usually blown out of proportion and twisted 19 ways from Sunday dictate whether or not you have a conversation with someone. Did you, Tim, jog my recollection, Tim. Weren't you the one who had Kanye West and Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos on your show at the same fucking time? Don't tell me you're like, ew, people think these people are bad and therefore I can't have them on my show. When you had, excuse me, don't fucking tell me that you're like, oh, people think these people are bad and I can't have them on my show if people think they're bad. When you had Nick Fuentes on your show, Tim, don't make excuses. Be a man. They should talk. I mean, why not? What is Tim afraid of? Even I would talk to Sam Seder. Jesus. Sam Seder is not objectively worse than Nick Fuentes.
See if I can look it up.
That Sam was going to kill somebody?
In a karate battle, or like
it was something like if he had the right.
I mean, listen, like I once had someone that Tim knows report me to locals, telling locals that I was I was using my locals community. This is a true story. I once had a friend of Tim's report me to locals for telling locals that I was using my locals community to form a hunting posse to go and actually physically hunt her. That was real. This is what happens on the internet. People make insane accusations. And I was like, and she started tweeting about it. She called me Charles Manson with a YouTube channel. This had no basis in reality at all. And the locals members that are in the chat can attest to this. Now, was I psychologically fucking with her? You're goddamn right I was, because she was driving me crazy and making me insane. And so if she wants to fuck with my life, I will fuck with her right back. But the notion that I was using my locals community to form a fucking hunting posse is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life. So when Sam says, well, didn't Sam Seder want to, excuse me, when Tim says, didn't Sam Seder want to kill someone? I'm like, bullshit, bro. Bullshit. That's internet gossip at its finest. And if that's what's stopping Tim from having Sam Seder on his show, that is just... that's garbage, Tim. I'm sorry. It's garbage.
And he would hang the rich. He would hang Patrick Bet-David or something like that.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right. Well, I don't know too much about it. I can tell you it's like...
he's sarcastic.
Jokes like that freak people out, I guess. So you can call it a joke.
I think he was responding to something. I can't, again, these are people who are not myself. And I do 15 hours of new content on my program every day. Or every week. So it's hard for me to keep track.
Right on. Sean?
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Actual Justice.
I don't want Sean to plug his stuff. What I do want to do, and I know we've already been streaming for 4 hours. I told you guys this was going to take forever. I want to watch a Sam Seder reaction. I want to watch a couple Sam Seder reactions to this. Let's see. Let me show you guys what I have pulled up. Just because now I've watched the full stream. I've done my due diligence. I know what was said. Generally speaking, I'm sorry. Generally speaking, I came down on Team Emma, I think, more than I came down on Team Tim. Because Tim was being kind of a dick. And I actually think Emma had like made some fair points, and that Tim was like uninformed about what he was talking about. And Emma was more prepared for that than Tim. I'm sorry, she was. Like her, hate her. I don't support socialism, but Emma was more prepared for that for Tim. I mean, you got to give the socialists credit. They do their homework. But I do want to watch I want to watch some of the reactions now that I've done my due diligence here, to see what they had to say about it. Let's see. Which one should we watch? Does anyone have any opinions? I don't. Oh, let's do this one. Tim Pool melts down when asked about influencing the Texas shooter. Is this just a clip of like, I hope this is them doing commentary. Let me get the sound set up. Hang on, let me get the sound set up. I want to see if Sam is as much of a dick as Tim is asserting Sam is. All right.
You know, the funny thing is that your debate with Tim is probably going to have derailed both shows.
Yeah.
It's going to derail his show because he's going to be dealing with this mentally for a long time, and ours because we're not going to do anything other than play that sound drop.
Because you're not having real conversations.
This is why we never get invited anywhere.
I know.
I mean, does Tim really not understand that Sam Seder is sarcastic? Like, is sarcasm just not... Listen, again, and I've said a million times already on this stream, I used to find Sam Seder funny. In the recent clips I've watched, I don't find him funny anymore. But I do understand that Sam Seder has a dry sarcasm. And maybe this is my problem with the internet, because I have a dry sarcasm as well. And there are so many people that like take dry sarcasm like literally, and they don't understand it, and they twist it out of context. And I'm like, do you really not understand I was making a joke? Do you really not understand I was being facetious? Are you being a bad actor, or are you really stupid, sort of thing? That's kind of mind-boggling to me that Tim doesn't understand that Sam Seder is sarcastic. I don't think there's any, and again, I watched Sam Seder for a long time. I don't think there's any universe in which Sam Seder seriously threatened to kill someone. That just seems really stupid to me.
No, I mean, like, all right, so let's play that clip before, you have to go, just to give people a teaser before we get into it, because
all right, set it up.
This is obviously the thing that went viral, where I was probably around an hour and 15 into the 2-hour debate, and we should say this. Hold on. Yeah, you thought thought the thing was going to be pre-taped. Originally, we thought it was live. Yeah, right? But then he told me it was going to be. They told us he was going to be pre-taped. And then when I got there, he said, "Oh, we're going to do it live." And I was like, "Okay." I was expecting something like this
because they didn't want like any sort of assistance or something like that. Like, what do you think?
Although, I don't know. I don't know what I think it was really to get in my head about it. And frankly, when you told me it wasn't going to be live, I get like the day before, I'm like, ooh, that I would no, because I thought about honestly recording it on my phone just to make sure they didn't edit anything out. So I was happier for it to be live because it meant that there was not the ability for them to hide anything embarrassing that happened. So I don't know what his mentality was when he switched up last minute, but whatever. It's just the kind of mind games that happen. You were going to be on like a beanbag chair or something? Well, it was the Culture War podcast thing. So I thought it was going to be more in the format of what he'd been doing with the Culture War show, because I checked out and he'd done one with Carrie Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy. And put him on a beanbag? Well, I saw the beanbag set on the other side of the room, but this was the normal set.
And those interviews with Carrie Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy, he didn't have a little research assistant challenging them. He did not. So that was something he brought in from, like, I guess, traditional Timcasts, which is they do have, like, when they had Lance or Binder on, multiple right-wingers now, why do they do that? Why does Tim do that? Does Tim do that to pretend like he's somehow in the center? That's what he wants to do, I think, clearly.
But that was what my goal was going into this. I wanted to nail him down on a few things. I wanted to see if he could expand on why he likes Trump over DeSantis for these incredibly because Trump specific reasons, like regarding AI usage, of images, which I find to be pedantic, which is kind of Tim's thing. Other things surrounding his past statements about the 10-year-old who had to get an abortion, and this, which I didn't expect that this would be the thing that would get him to finally lose it. But I saw him getting more and more emotional as the debate was going on, because my mentality going in was, I am going to be as calm as possible, because what they want is to trigger a leftist and to get a meltdown. And instead we got Tim's meltdown. Whoopsie. So this was the moment where I knew I just had to sit back and honestly kind of let him go.
And do we want to give people the context for what you're talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, the shooter who was a neo-Nazi with a swastika tattoo in Allen, Texas, had posted 4 screenshots of Tim's show on his social media. Interview with Elijah
Schaffer, and I'll just say it's not a mystery why a neo-Nazi would be watching, particularly Elijah Schaffer.
Yeah,
Tim Pool can address it.
We should go into that a little bit more
tomorrow.
We're just doing the fun part today, but we'll go into some of the issues.
Yeah, this
a little
is a
bit
low-res scan.
Yeah, so this was the big viral moment, though, and we'll just go. Well, it speaks for itself.
Sizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was
Pause it. Let me just say I remember this moment, and I was like, why does this guy keep saying he is a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter?
Because half their audience thinks that's a complete paradox.
Yes.
Right, that you can't have But
we should go back a little when I first bring it up to him.
I just thought that was
it's fine.
I thought that was an interesting sort of tick.
Okay.
That he really wanted what he would perceive as the race or the ethnicity to me mentioned about that. I thought that was an interesting tick that occurred to me.
Yes.
Yeah, very obvious too.
And all you can do is laugh and
no,
say,
it's because you get
some guy,
to obscure
some
fact.
guy
You called it
posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, he
awesome,
like it's
Steven,
Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that
people
someone
were calling
told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people,
you know what's really funny about this too is that like neither one of them know and I'll be honest, I don't know I don't recall the details of this at all. I don't know this story. I was more or less hearing it for the first time, but
that's what somebody who told Emma to say all this would.
Yes.
Well, yes. but I also, it strikes me, it also sounds like I also told these two guys what to say because they don't know any of the details either.
But I just want to say the lighting in this studio, like no offense to the compound, but it's horrible. And we're super grayed out. Like you don't get a ton of color on your face. For Tim to be actually getting red on this camera lighting
so
setup.
Blue.
Yes. I just want to know how he looked more red in person than even on camera.
Also, I think we'll get into this tomorrow, but I will say I watched the time codes from what that shooter memorialized in his social media page. Sean's wrong. It's not what he just wanted to characterize one of them.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, let's go.
Clearly that's represented.
We'll talk about that more in depth tomorrow.
There we go.
Or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead. So he can't tell us.
Tim does look really red.
Like I think people screenshot because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone. Moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
Neither one what?
Yeah, but it is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose.
And it's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
there was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why do you guys
appeal to mass shooters? Is that a lie?
I don't know anything about that. I think he's just...
if someone has that information, send it to us. I'd be curious about it because I would find that rather disturbing. That if anything I said would in any way encourage that kind of thing, I would be rather disturbing about it. We would spend probably a show talking about it.
We wouldn't call it a psyop.
Now he's saying it as if it's a fact. I wonder if it is a fact because.
But this is
why
a
would
fact.
he say? I mean, I can understand.
Yes.
Let me put it this way: there seems like there's a lot of motivation that he has in this moment to knowingly lie about something that would be of material harm to me and my business. It would create some form of like damage, you might say.
Sam,
I'm curious about that. If that is a blatant lie, because he's saying it as if it's absolute fact. This doesn't even be speculation or conjecture or opinion in any way.
Yep.
Interesting.
Anyways, go ahead.
Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why do
you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a qualitative
talk about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin
why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show, but it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? It's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high profile individuals. And
Can you name the high profile individuals?
Yes.
Tim okay, I'm partially on team Tim here and I'm partially on team Sam. Tim platforms people all the fucking time who play these semantic games, who do exactly the same thing. So don't tell me that the reason I'm not platforming Sam Seder is he plays games with language to feed the tribalist shills in his audience, because Tim's guests quite literally do this pick any guest off of Tim. Honestly, like I will set this up as a challenge. You guys name for me a guest that has been on Timcast like a couple times, like one of the, like someone that they've invited back, and I will go into that person's social media and I will find them playing exactly the same types of tribalist clickbait bullshit games that Tim is saying, well, Sam Seder does this, and so we can't possibly have him on. So Tim is full of shit. However, I am also on Team Tim here in that I do believe that Sam and Emma are playing games. They're obviously playing games. Like, this is all edited. They're doing this stupid laugh track over it and on places where it's not even funny. And it's like they're obviously like Sam saying, well, Tim, were you really trying to destroy my business? Like, Sam is not being intellectually honest there either. And so both of them are fucking around. I actually think the biggest problem between Tim Pool and Sam Seder is that they are too much alike. That might be the biggest problem. They actually think about these things in very similar ways. Now, I would argue that Tim is a much better grifter than Sam is. Absolutely. But in terms of like their tactics and how they're going about this, they're doing exactly the same thing. So don't tell me one is better than the other.
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show.
Tim Pool has actually, what Tim Pool is talking about with Sam Seder, Tim Pool fucking did that to me. Tim Pool said something that, he took something I said out of context. This was years ago. It wasn't recent. It was years ago. But he took something I said on Twitter out of context, twisted it, and then was like, you're a raging SJW. And so don't tell me Tim doesn't do this shit. I know he does this shit because he's actually done it to me.
Was for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you ever? Okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, fun. How about you guys run a video about
pause it? Now, here's what I don't understand. How can what we do not interest the average person, but we do it
said exactly the same
because it's going to get us
clicks,
which are
I said the same thing
basically
earlier.
a sign that somebody's interested.
It also was contradictory, like earlier in the show when he was saying how like no one likes our show, but that we are kind of big, and I was trying to say that, well, you guys make so much more money than us, you have more resources, but we don't at the same time, even though we're equivalent in subscriber count. It was a lot of contradictory information here.
And we've been quite clear on why we did all of those Rubin things. In addition to many of them being about the things that he said, and it really not being about Dave Rubin himself as much as what he's espousing in that moment. One of the things that we set out to do quite explicitly was when Dave Rubin was pretending to be a liberal and on the left, or that the left left him and he was still there, was to make sure that as he was rolling out his book, there was no way a reporter could do a feature on him without finding out the truth behind what he was trying to project as a public relations image. Mm-hmm. And there's someone else who really hates that we do that too. And in this instance, he was turning beet red because you were basically calling him out and he didn't like it.
Yeah.
And can I just make a point about the Rubin stuff? Like you said, we talk about Dave Rubin so much because he's a cartoon sort of embodiment of libertarian positions. Tim Pool talked about Jesse Smollett so much because something Tim Pool wants to emphasize is that racism isn't real.
Right.
But let's get to the meltdown here. This is what everyone's here waiting for.
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey,
fun.
How about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever
what upsets me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like what you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage.
Yeah, okay.
I think I just said it's funny to his face, which was, that was part of it. Well, people might say, Emma, that's a little more smug than you tend to be on your program. And I will say it was a deliberate choice. I saw him getting a little bit more upset. And I knew that if I just stuck with my smiling and just let him go, that would upset him even more, that he didn't get a reaction out of me.
There was something else too that stuck out, as you said, as he was talking, that I had issue with. This idea that well, first off, he's so obsessed about that song thing, and you opened up the show by apologizing that his feelings were hurt, but made it clear that we don't have the ability to in any way change his song. And his whole reason, again, this is his whole reason why he's explaining why I don't get invited places, is because of something that he claims that you did as he invited you there. It's a very odd tact that he's taken here to justify this stuff. But he also, I wonder if even his entire support of Trump is based upon his showing that he gets really offended about any alteration to audio, so that he can justify why he was so mad about the fake audio change that he thinks that we did on the song.
That stuff, that we will play that tomorrow too, where he was really uncomfortable trying to say why he likes Trump more than DeSantis, or why he likes DeSantis in some ways more than Trump. That is one thing that I wanted to get him on, and I think I did. But the thing about him is he's really good at what you call gish galloping, the tactic of throwing a ton of information at you and moving on to the next subject where you have to immediately react. But even regardless, there were a few really, really notable things that we'll break down tomorrow that he was unable to, I think, get me off of certain topics, especially when I kept returning. I said, what specifically about DeSantis? What specifically about DeSantis? What specifically about Trump? Because his whole thing is he'll throw out a question for you. Then as you answer, it'll either be an insane hypothetical that he throws back, or an immediate deluge of information or switching of the subject, so that you're never able to get your footing down. And that is, something I anticipated, but it is just, it's an interesting debate topic.
I would also say tactic. The thing that he doesn't seem to understand is that we don't care about Tim having a couple of policies that align with ours.
Yeah.
I don't. Here's the thing that he doesn't seem to understand. And you can see this in terms of his whole thing. This is why you don't get invited anywhere. We don't give a shit about being invited anywhere.
Yes.
The worst thing in the world is me finding out I have to travel somewhere for work, and I don't want to go and this and that. And for him, this is all some type of weird parasocial sort of existence.
He wanted to be impressed by the skate park,
I completely agree with Sam on this. Tim makes the mistake of believing that everyone wants to do exactly what he is doing, and that no one has different values than Tim Pool, and that is just not correct. Not everyone wants to have the biggest YouTube show in the history of the world. Not everyone wants to go on. Let me tell you what, and I say this as someone who was on a lot of shows in 2020. That shit fucked up my life. It really did. it screwed up my life in so many different ways, in ways that I never anticipated, because I was like, I was like trying to do the right thing. I just was like trying to tell my story and all that stuff. It really messed up my life. I wish I had never done that PragerU video. I regret that so much. And again, I was like, at the time I was like, well, my story inspires people, like whatever, it gives people hope that their friends and family can wake up, like whatever. I regret it so much. And so I'm completely I completely understand where Sam is coming from. I even said, like, you know, I said a long time ago, like, I wasn't going to do this shit anymore, because it's simply just not worth it. When you're in the machine and you're like going around to like all these different things, it's the most plastic environment that you can possibly be in, because no one actually cares about anything that they can claim to care about. They really I mean, maybe that was just on the conservative side. I don't know what it would be on the leftist side, but I imagine it would be pretty similar. So I completely agree with Sam. Like, I like, you know, for me personally, like, because you guys try to get me to go on stuff all the time, I'm like, I don't want to. No, thank you. I want to be able to do my thing. I want to be able to chat with the people who appreciate what I do. I want to be able to focus on my own stuff. I want to be able to download as much information in my head to people as I possibly can in a way that people would understand it. I have no desire, and I understand people say, "Well, Carlin, well, more people would see your stuff if you went on these shows." And I'm like, I the cost is too great. And would I like more coverage on some of the stories when I think they're really important? Yes, I absolutely would. But I also think it is extremely telling to me when like, like with autistic sex ed is like the prime example. The fact that people refuse to cover that, I'm like, all right, you don't really care about what you claim to care about. You don't really care what you claim to care about. You don't, like, you're covering these bullshit news stories that aren't even news, but you're not telling parents information that they actually need to know about explicitly how autistic students are being indoctrinated in schools to believe that they're trans and non-binary. And we have the whole thing on tape, and I can't get any fucking coverage for it. People say, well, Carolyn, you pissed a lot of people off. And I would say, well, guess what? Your commitment to actually solving this problem should actually be stronger than, oh my God, Carlin hurt your feelings. And the fact that you are more concerned about me hurting your fucking feelings than you are about getting parents this information. I don't even care if you credit me, to be quite honest about it. So would I like to have that? I mean, yes, sure. But I also think that the fact that people just downright refuse just shows me that they aren't people I want to be associated with anyway, because I only want to be associated with people who are serious about this. That's all I care about, is actually doing real work. And so many of these people are such bullshit artists that I'm like, I am perfectly fine sitting in my second bedroom, staring into a little webcam, talking about what I want to talk about with an audience who wants to hear from me. I don't want to go on shows. I don't want to travel around. I would really prefer to never leave the state of New Hampshire again unless I absolutely had to out of sheer necessity. So on this, I'm on Team Sam. And what Tim needs to learn, and maybe he'll learn it as he grows up, I don't know, is the fact that not everyone has the same priorities and not everyone has the same values. Sam Cedar is married with kids. Sam Cedar probably, I would imagine he probably doesn't actually want to be away from his family, and traveling is a pain in the ass. And like, what is he really getting out of it? Is Sam Cedar going to get a lot of new subs based on Tim Pool's audience? I bet not. So I completely understand where he's coming from.
Compound, and like, I did want to get invited there. I wanted to do that show, but I wanted to make sure it was the only time I did the show. And like, I don't care about getting invited back. That's the difference. And that's what he thinks so many people are going to be impressed and want to get invited back. I wasn't impressed.
If this guy was putting out weekly videos on anti-abortion, anti-abortionists, and spent even a fraction of the time he did with Jesse Smollett, and that was just one event, right? That took place in time.
Yeah.
On the supposed, issues that we agree with, and didn't platform, fascists, didn't platform thugs. Jack Posobiec, are you kidding me? Filled in for this guy?
Right.
You're right.
Listen, he's a right winger. and that he has a couple of positions that may be founded in some type of libertarian ideology.
Jack Posobiec is not a libertarian.
I don't feel it necessary because the story of Tim is not about one tiny aspect of him.
Yep.
We don't, and I'm not trying to do a complete expose on Tim Pool. I don't care. I don't care. We're trying to say to people who listen to him that when he platforms a fascist, or when he platforms some right winger and basically says exactly asshole, like Dave Rubin did to Stefan Malinieu, that you're a centrist, that he is lying to his audience, and they should understand the ideology that he's promoting, because in both these guys, there is a layer that lives underneath that sort of pokes its head up, and you don't quite see it because it's submerged. Our job, as far as we consider it, is to expose the submerged part of what they're doing. And part of that is by watching the part that's above the sea, that pops its head out. And we start to give outlines of what is submerged. That's the point of what we do. Not that like we're not being fair to Tim. You don't really know me. You never talk about my skate park. Yeah. You never talk about that one time I got into a fight with a anti-abortionist. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's what you emphasize for the most part and what your audience is taking away from it. And that's super clear to us.
Yeah. And Tim, like he said, he was both pro-choice, I believe, and pro-medic, single payer Medicare for all.
Right. But that's not actionable in his politics ever.
Exactly. Somebody who's thought that thing through is like, okay, so the government provides abortions now, no questions asked. Go ahead and talk about that on your show, Tim.
He was saying I tried to get him on universal health care, and he was saying something about like it being through tax credits and stuff like that. I was like, no, I want or tax cuts. We'll go through it, but I want more taxation, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, it was an interesting experience, and as we said, we'll get into it in full tomorrow.
All right. Well, I guess that's about all we really need to do here today. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and it's almost 10 p.m. and there's other things I want to do. But guys, again, thank you for hanging out for this stream. I'm glad I watched it. It was really informative. I am very surprised at how much I came down on Team Emma, if I'm honest about it, because again, she is a raging socialist, and I don't approve of that. And I think some of her ideas are garbage, but I also think that she was right on some things that Tim was kind of being a dick about. And so, it is what it is. I think that she did a good job. I think that she went in there and she did the job that she had to do. And I think she was far more prepared than Tim for the conversation. And I liked how she triggered him. I did. I loved how she triggered him. Like that moment where what did she say that really like tickled me? She was like, it's like, oh, I'm really sorry about this, Tim. And then Tim got so fucking triggered. That was great. That was great. Tom J, anyone know what these people think of Jimmy Dore? I have absolutely no idea, Tom J. But I do appreciate the super chat. Autumn, this is just more proof that you're a girl. None of us believe you're a man, Autumn, because you know what men don't say? Men don't say girls got to stick together. This is absolute definitive proof that you are the girl that we've been saying that you are, and you just pretended to be a man, because socialists always lie. But Autumn, if you can get me on Sam Cedar's show to have a conversation, I would totally do it. I really would. I would have a conversation about leaving the left, because I'm starting to be pretty sure that I'm one of the only people on the fucking internet who actually left the left for real and actually kind of woke up and didn't just do it for a grift, because I had no idea about any of this. So if they want to talk to me about that, and like a real person who left the left and then found out how bullshit the right is too, I will complain about the right. If Sam wants me on his show to complain about the right and how stupid they are, I will do that for hours, Autumn, hours and hours, and it would be glorious. All right, guys, that is all we have for today. Thank you for hanging out with me for this special 4th of July stream. I hope you guys all had a great 4th of July. Please mount that like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time for our regular stream. Take care, Yes, Autumn, if you get me on Sam Cedar, I will give you qualified immunity from being banned, but I still reserve the right to give you a timeout if you're being a dick. All right? Guys, take care. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you.